Good morning, home boys and home girls. Just waking up here, first cup of coffee. And yeah, as per the title, if you see it, I got Paul Hynek on the DIY Disclosure podcast tomorrow. Really excited to talk with him again, first time publicly, that is. And yeah, he's a fascinating, brilliant man in my personal assessment, right? Let me know if you can hear this okay, by the way. And what's to say about Paul Hynek? Well, his father, J. Allen Hynek, is commonly acknowledged to be the first ufologist. He's a very respected academic astronomer who was tasked, among other things, to work on Project Blue Book, and then subsequently was the main person, I believe, who will look into this more, exposed the sort of inaccuracies of what that project with the Blue Book was proposing to be the truth. It's all part of, as per my last episode, which I'm in the process of uploading to podcast platforms and catchers, such as Spotify and such. It is on the new YouTube channel, by the way. Anyway, I've got a lot to do. You'll get to see the magic as it unfolds. But yeah, so part of what we're doing for a little while here is kind of looking into Paul Hynek. I'm also working on some philosophical art, some of it in collaboration with AI. I just shared one thing on the timeline about this here. Let me get the screen share thing going. Also, it's a brief little live here, but I'm going to try to do everything as I tend to sort of attempt, just to see if the buttons are working. Let's get some music going. And while I going out of order here, but I'm trying to finish up some new art that I'm pretty excited about. So I'll show you kind of where I'm at in the process. In the meantime, while I do a little bit of work on it, let's vibe with some music, because this is what I do in the morning. And one thing I love about these live things is that I can listen to music. Unlike in spaces, it's like very hard to hear music or have time for it or have it come in a high enough. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, we can get a higher quality of audio here than we can in spaces. So that way, I don't. Music is very sacred to me. So I'm not going to play music normally if it's going to sound like garbage. It's just sacrilege in my book. Okay, well here's a fun ufology track from the Birds. Let me know if you can hear it. All right. It's in my headphones, okay? Oh, wait, no, it's not. You're not going to hear it yet. I'm on the wrong window. Okay, hold on. Take two. I got this. 1 second. Terribly sorry. Got to open it up in the Chrome browser. That's how I have to do it. Okay. It's my third day on the job. Just bear with me. Get on the Spotify. I have to do web browser stuff only, basically. Okay. It's loading, my friends. And let's see what's a good track to open the day with. Some good hippie shit, maybe, right? Just get the vibes. It's Monday. We have to fight the negativity that Monday inherently brings. All right. This is a jolly ass song for you beautiful people. Just a little social engineering to keep the vibes and on track. Love-oriented thinking is very productive and constructive in my philosophy in terms of the eternal process of finding and sharing as much truth as possible until the point of death and there beyond, should the opportunity present itself. Okay, and the art is about that, as always. Okay, we'll get there. Okay. I got to share this little window for 1 moment. I got this. And the screen share. Let's get some happy hippie music for you beautiful people to fight the Monday vibes. Okay. Sharing that shit. Okay. Okay, that's what I'm doing. Okay. Let's start with this one instead, though, because I already heard the other one. Okay, it's only a minute long. Tell me if you can hear it. Give me some feedback. I hear it. So if you don't hear it, if you don't hear the music, let me know. I think we need to. I think the hippies had some ideas, but they sold us out, and they were dumb like most people. But if they were to follow through on some of the good ideas, maybe we wouldn't be in such a charade as a civilization. Let me see if I can hear this on my iPad. You guys let me know in the comments, see if you can hear this, all right? Loading up the iPad. I'm here. It slaps, Let's go to my channel. Where's my live, baby? There I am. That's not Live, yeah. Where's my live, baby? Okay. I believe in love. That's not live, yeah. Hold on. Let's fast forward. Where's my live, baby? Okay. All right. That's enough. Let's fast forward. Let's see if we hear it. All right. That's enough. Let's see if we hear it. No, it didn't work, huh? Okay. Well, we're still working on the buds. It's I spend this money on StreamYard. Kind of screws me over. My philosophy in terms of. All right. Well, that didn't work. Instead, I had the music working the other day fine. I wonder what the deal is. Okay, there's no warnings on the little. I'm gonna hit the little. It's not on mute. It's unmuted. So maybe my headphones is what screws it up. Let me take them. Okay. Hold on. I think I figured it out. Can you hear me now? Checking in the microphone. Hello. Okay, let me check this fucker now. Hold on. It was the 48 hertz thing, and then my problem is I was recording a song this morning, and then I switched the settings around, so that was my bad. Maybe take the instrument button off. Hello there. Let's check the iPad. Okay, we're making progress. And I switched the settings around. That's okay. Maybe we can get the music working too. Maybe it's probably not related. Let's try it though. Okay, here comes music. Okay, you hear the music? Maybe we can get the music working too. Maybe it's probably not related. I hear it. Here comes music. It's quite a jam. Okay, you hear the music? Okay. Maybe we can get the music working too. Maybe it's. I want to fast forward. It's quite a jam. Nope, can't hear the music. All right. Well, StreamYard, you're on notice. I'm giving you my money every month. This is not acceptable. All right. Okay, let's get to it. I wonder though if it's going to let me play the video like last time, because I was hoping to play some clips of Paul Hynek interviewed by people for research purposes. Let me try that as well. Okay, we got Paul Hynek, and let's check out what kind of video-y stuff he has. Bitcoin astronomer. Oh, he also does Bitcoin. He does everything. This guy. He's a smart financial mind of the world. He talks. He's funny too, actually. All right. All right, let's just try this YouTube first, if we don't mind. I'm going to share this tab instead. Fingers crossed. I hope this functions correctly. I might have to restart the computer if this problem persists any longer. All right. Loading. Very slowly loading.
Hey, I'd like to welcome you to another episode of Mission Matters. My name is Adam Torres, and if you'd like to apply to be a guest in the show, just head on over to missionmatters.com and click on Be Our Guest to apply. All right, so today's guest is Paul Hynek, and he's an entrepreneur.
All right, this part works. It's just Spotify that's being a little bit.
The name of his company is Machine Elves. Paul, welcome to the show.
All right, we got something functioning.
I'm happy to be here.
Let's listen to this. I'm going to work on some artwork at the same time.
Over to us from Kate, who's running the Sovereign Tech Summit. That's going to be, by the time this is released, it's possible that may have just passed. I know it's coming up in a day or so, or 2 days or so. But that being said, can you tell us a little bit more about the summit and how you're participating?
Yeah, it's all about positive tech and sort of a optimistic look at AI and open source technology and art as well. And it's going to be in Santa Monica, and it's not going to be typical lectures, but much more interactive with panels and interactive discussions. So it's going to be really fun.
Awesome. Well, awesome to hear this. And I want to get into your background. So Machine Elves, you're an entrepreneur, professor, futurist. Like how did you get started in your career? Where else began for you?
So I'm a Wharton MBA. And I teach finance and cryptocurrency at Pepperdine and made software that does financial projections for startups. I've got sort of the financial side down, but my interests are a little bit more fringy, let's say. My father was an astrophysicist and rocket scientist and astronomer and advised the U.S. Air Force for 20 years about UFOs. And at first he was very skeptical, and he came to believe that there was a phenomena. Doesn't mean they're from other planets, but that there is a phenomena. And the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind was based on his work and used his title. So I grew up in a scientific household that was seriously open to different types of phenomena.
Awesome, right?
Close Encounters. How fun was that around the dinner table? Like that's, I have a lot of conversations with like entrepreneurs, entrepreneur parents. They're talking about this, talking about that. I'm like,
for those who's joining us, I'm talking to Paul Hynek tomorrow on the podcast, which reminds me, I got to upload this new basket link from yesterday.
What are you working
on? It's a lot
on
for one person to manage. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, where did the Air Force send you today? Are you going back to Roswell tomorrow? And meanwhile, my brother is making nitroglycerin in the basement and jet engines in the backyard.
Right. Stop. This is great.
These are our kind of people, right? That's what we're talking about.
So what was it like? What kind of affected on you as a kid? I mean, just even the way you view the world, like your lenses. I feel like when you're growing up in an environment where you have, first off, you're very obviously you come from good genes in terms of the intellect side of things. Everything that you've discussed takes quite a bit of intellectual power to accomplish. Number one, but number two, to like grow up and to have a different lens that you're viewing the world with. In my opinion, I don't want to project that on you, but that's what I see so far in talking to you. Like, what was that like?
You can project a kind of compliment on me anytime. Well, I see the world as being peopled with two different types of folks.
One is
by the way. People who
it's gonna be dope.
Okay
it's gonna be dope.
With questions they can't answer, and the other group are not okay with their answers being questioned. And I think it breaks the world into, there's sort of an intellectual fault line that separates those two camps. And if you're going to be interested in UFOs or ghosts or supernatural phenomena, which may or may not be objectively real, you have to be comfortable with this kind of awkward resting point of saying, yeah, I think something's going on, and I have no idea what it is. Since we're pattern-seeking mammals, we're not typically comfortable
My song's called
encountering
Patterns.
or looking at a phenomena without having a prepackaged answer to make us feel nice and tidy.
And so you have, I mean, obviously a wide range of interests, and then you have you're a professor, of course. And so now you've, and correct me if I'm off on this, but with your concept of a Bitcoin astronomy and the path you've taken, you're kind of combining a lot of your different skill sets, whether it's thinking about the supernatural, Bitcoin, like all these kind of meld. Like, help me make sense of that.
Let me show you the new art. You can help me think of the title.
It's a lot of stuff to tie together. So,
sorry, I'm multitasking, but they interrelate. You know, it's all the same themes and ideas. Okay, you'll see. So let me look at my little screen here. Oh, sorry, let's remove. Oh, hi, hello. Okay, so I'm really excited about this new one I've been working on. Sorry, it's on my iPad. I'm drawing, so it crops the frame a bit. But so yeah, I want to kind of like, sorry, there's a reflection there. Sorry, I'm saying sorry. Not sorry. So I think it's pretty dope. I've done various iterations of this concept. Let me workshop some ideas of the title for you guys, and you can tell me what you think if you hit me up in the comments or whatever. Hold on, I got a lot of windows open here. Positive tech isn't a new idea. That's going to be good too. I got a lot of ideas here. Okay, but this is the one I'm thinking of. Working title: We Are the Cosmos Evolved. Right? I think that came up in conversation in my last space, by the way, with Roy Herbert and friends. Okay. Got a sinus thing, but don't worry. You get to experience the whole magic of waking up. I'm about to take my allergy medicine. It's over here somewhere on my desk. Stay tuned. Okay. This, right? Okay, I'm sorry, I'm overselling it, but I like it because it took me a long time to do this. And all the other ones were garbage by comparison, but this is pretty dope. And the title is Maybe, if you like it, and if I like it, it's up to me ultimately. I like it. And the first draft title of this is We Are the Cosmos Evolved. So I think I'm going with that. But generally when I ask questions, so it's kind of fun because then it engages the community to, vibe and repartee in the comment section. All right. Also, if anyone else has wants to jump in on these morning radio sessions, we can repartee on camera. Just hopefully you have like a passable audio and visual setup, just to keep up the high production standards that we aspire to here on Mellow Demon. Anyway, I'm going to work on that. It's trying to figure out what I do at this point. Like this one, okay. A lot of people ask, like, how do I sort of collaborate with AI? On this one, obviously, I started with the concept. It's all conceptual art, which is, I think, a key ingredient for at least how I do it, right? Relates to what I refer to as the coherence narrative, which ties it all together with intention and contextuality, which is necessary for all art to be fine art, in my opinion. But it's like really has to happen when you're collaborating with a machine that's doing a lot of the time-consuming details, let's just say, at the very least. So this one, I started with a hand drawing of just like the kind of composition. I kind of just did dots, and it's pretty ugly. Just the angle of the head, and then I put it into Midjourney, and it took a while to sort of map it and iterate and blend to get it to look like this. Although a lot of this has been hand drawn, detail editing and work, which can get really challenging actually, because you're trying to like use whatever physical capability you have as an artist to match whatever style you've sort of composited and pastiched and prompted, once you've done that. So, and it's like stars, it's like if I do hand-drawn stars, it would take me forever to get this level of detail, all the gradient and diffusion and stuff. So anyway, that took a while to prompt and blend, and I actually did some of it compositing on Photoshop. Sometimes you have to just like really like move things around in a very detailed, high resolution way that I can't do on programs like this where I hand draw. At least maybe I need a better program. It's a lot of details, but I do animation, so it's an animation program, so it's not the best for single high resolution images only, which I should anyway. It's hard. It's really hard to do everything in one app because there's certain apps have certain elements that they excel the most at. So yeah, let me know what you think about the title of this. It's going to be We Are the Cosmos Evolved. Unless you have a better idea, I would like to make it a question. The obvious variation would be, are we the cosmos of all? But if you ask yes or no questions, you don't tend to get, as many deep and detailed answers. You just get yes, no. So there's the inner rationalizations that go into what it is that I waste my time with, called art. All right, I'm gonna work on making this look prettier while we listen to the other thing that's going on in the title. Paul Hynek research. Paul Hynek is a freaking badass in my opinion. I'm so excited to talk to him tomorrow for the first time publicly. I got to hang with him a bit at Contact in the Desert. I know him through the HTA, which is the Hollywood Disclosure Alliance, initiated by none other than my guest yesterday, Steve Bassett. So I'm honored to be a founding member, perhaps more once I've proven my value to ufology in the world of fine cinematic art. But yeah, it's cool. It's a very cool community. So let's get back to Paul. I gotta get ready for tomorrow's interview. Let's load him back to the thing. Oops, I hit the wrong thing. Okay, there he is. And let's get me on the right side. Oh, yeah. And now let's find the right window. Here it is. More Paul Hynek, who does so many things. Like me, not all the same things, but he's like a money, like Wharton MBA kind of professor genius guy. Does all kinds of like humanitarian Bitcoin, I guess is what he's talking about. And he put together the funding for like the greatest movies of all time, such as Avatar, like not the Last Airbender Avatar, which was a piece of shit. Great TV show, originally animated. No, Avatar, like, like the movie, 3D. So let's listen to this cool dude. Okay.
The underlying thread that I see between potential aliens, which may or may not be extraterrestrial or interdimensional, and DMT, which is a whole other thread to go, or rabbit or wormhole to go down.
And no, I've never done
Bitcoin
DMT.
is artificial intelligence. And I think artificial intelligence is an unfortunate phrase. I prefer digital intelligence because it's not laden with that sort of inappropriate framing towards humans and that sort of condescending look. Digital intelligence is just
Fresco. Is that a art app or a streaming platform?
Are coming here from other planets,
we should get you on
here. Are
they
really sending their A team? That's one question. And then the other question is, are they sending living, breathing, biological beings, or would they send sentient AI bots for, 55 million light years of travel? Then you have DMT, the most powerful psychedelic in the world. I personally believe it's not a hallucinogenic drug, but that it's a plant medicine technology that allows people to have this hyper clarity vision of the world. And Bitcoin obviously is digital, but the way that Bitcoin is related is when we colonize Mars, which is going to happen soon, will they use the U.S. dollar and carefully monitor Fed broadcasts to see which way the interest rates are blowing? I don't think so. I think they'll use Bitcoin. Then they'll get tired because they can't mine Bitcoin, and they'll create Mars coin. Bitcoin will gradually be called Earth coin, and it will represent our planetary credit score. And I believe that all civilizations in the universe, almost inevitably, if they have individuals with individual rational economic motives, if they have finite resources, and they don't have
be a
magic,
new signature
we'll develop something roughly analogous to a proof of work governance protocol store of value, such as Bitcoin.
Oh, it's going to be really hard.
And what's interesting about this? It's usually to me, and the way I view it, I come from a finance background too, and I kind of look at it like a lot of the world is just this like this bar chart or this graph, right?
Holocypher's
and so when as we're looking at the moment in time and continue.
Okay, so Holocypher asked if I was in Fresco, and I'm not in Fresco, so I got to see what that is. Thank you, Holocypher, smart scientific genius in his own right. Mars has already been colonized. That's what people have been telling me. So, right. I guess it's just right. It already has been, either it has been colonized or it won't be, in my view, based on the public attempts to do so currently. So I don't know. I'd love to see some information about it. Okay. Cypher agrees. I feel honored that he agrees. Okay, cool. Yeah. It's all very confusing. Retro causality, the truth embargo in all of its, many worlds of stage mentality. Back to my art concept and listening to Paul Hynek, which I'd love to get Holocypher's thoughts on this gentleman.
Of like history, if you just kind of look further and further back, And depending on the graph, right? Like if you're looking at it, like what you just now said,
Yeah,
for some
whole cipher, I
people,
agree. Yeah,
that
no,
may
the
be like,
rockets.
what? How is this going to happen? How's that going to happen? But look at, I mean, depending on how many years you want to go back, just look at the beginning of the United States. Going out west would have once been considered this craziness. Like, what? You're going to continue going west? Or look before that, going across the ocean to go to the United States, obviously, which wasn't called that then, obviously, but but that would have been considered what? No, the world ends at that end. So if you just keep on looking further.
Quick subplot on the art. I'm like, oh, I got this new idea about how to do my signature. Thought hitting me in real time. It's going to take me 3 hours. Because it's like, oh, wouldn't it be cool if I did my signature, like it might look kind of normal to people, but I do tons of detail work to get it to look like that. It's probably inefficient and dumb, but it's fun doing impractical things, because like in order to get like the resolution right on the final version, because I designed these things to be like at least some versions that can be expanded into, like, I want them to be like projected on the side of skyscrapers eventually, like some animation. And to do so, you can't just go to, at least the app I have, and maybe you can find me a better app, Hell Cipher. But if I just like draw on the bottom, even at the highest resolution setting possible, it's not going to match the eventual resolution of the picture itself. And I want it to blend with the, it has to be as meaningful and coherent of a collaboration between man and machine as possible. And that means the pixel density, or whatever you call it, has to be, as close as possible. But then I try to also fit the signature, naturally into the composition and the style and the colors, blah blah blah. So it's it's custom done each time, right? But then to do that, then I realize I'm gonna have to the details might be boring, but I'll have to like do a whole other version where I first do a rough version where I get the contextual, colors and stuff right, and then I'll have to do a whole other picture where it's zoomed in just on that one little section, and then I'm gonna have to hand draw it, like with it all the way zoomed in, and then hand paint it in order for it to be of a similar quality. And then I actually make it even higher quality than the other stuff, because I make then these tiny little things where I watermark it with my signature throughout in a very subtle way, so it doesn't interrupt the integrity of the art, but also just has my little signature literally everywhere. And for that, so it's going to take like 3 hours. Isn't that wild? This is why I multitask. And this is why we're going to listen to our new friend, Paul Hynek. Thank you for understanding the insanity of how I would spend my time.
And further back, it becomes more plausible and just actually more logical. It's like one day, who knows how many years, I don't know, but whatever the amount of years is, they'll look back and be like, oh my gosh, remember when they only lived on Earth? That was crazy.
Right. And, going way back, I think the first blockchain is 46,000 years old. Graded on a curve for the technology of the time, because a blockchain is a distributed, immutable ledger that people can't change. And 46,000 years ago, they had a baboon femur with a bunch of femur bone with a bunch of notches in it for accounting. And that's the most distributed they can make it. In 12th century England, there was about 14.5 million pounds of power in the economy. Only 500,000 pounds were represented in coins. They didn't have paper. They didn't have plastic. So 14 million pounds, the bulk of the English economy, was represented by tree branches. They were called tally sticks. And you take like a willow branch, like a foot long, and there were certain conventions like, okay, Paul owes Adam his sorghum harvest for next year. And we make these notches in there so that everybody can understand that. And then we cut that stick in half vertically. You get half and I get half. If I'm the one that owes you, I get the way it's cut. I get the shorter end of the stick. I get the foil. I'm foiled again. You get the one with the stock on the end, the longer stick. You're the stock holder. And that was a distributed ledger.
Man, I really need this guy to like executive produce my projects from now on. He's so much more intelligent at money than I am. I mean, I'm okay at it. It's just not my interest. I don't think about money ever unless it's like in service of some art or truth. But this guy also does that, I'm sure. But yeah, this is the guy who put the money together for fucking Avatar. So yeah, so excited to talk to him anyway.
That is immutable and was used into the 20th century in France to pay taxes.
Amazing. So we took them back in time just now, and
that's right.
So now let's go a little bit more present day. Like, what are you working on right now? Like, what's interesting to you right now?
Well, so I'm kind of CFO by day, UFOs by night. I grew up with
See, I need this guy.
UFOs, and so I'm very familiar with that kind of fringy, pushed out the envelopes of mainstream science. But I just feel that I think there's enough evidence to suggest that there is a phenomena, but I think the extraterrestrial hypothesis is wanting. We're a long way away. How do they even find us, even though we've been beaming episodes of I Love Lucy out low these many decades? It just doesn't seem to ring true to me. And there are a lot of people who think that there may be something interdimensional about it. Then a friend of mine told me about a book called Alien Information Theory. Alien Information Theory is the sexiest book title ever, which is about DMT, which I'd never heard about before, and that it's a potential portal to this other dimension. So purely in the interest of science, Adam, I started taking one for the team and doing DMT, seeing if I could go to that dimension and ask the machine elves, as Terence McKenna calls them, the denizens of the DMT verse, if they're related to UFOs. And they told me, in effect, that they were. Okay, I can't take that into a court of law, but it was encouraging enough for me to continue my research. And so that's my big passion now, is seeing if I can use these repeatable experiences and actually bring back evidence that moves the needle for science, like unambiguous mathematical questions and answers. Because so far, mainstream science kind of poo-poos ghosts and ETs and all this. And if there's something real there, I want to inculcate in the various experiencer communities a protocol, a proactive protocol, to try to influence the events, to get evidence that scientists will look at and say, okay, now you're speaking our language.
I'll have to tell him more privately, but I'm to some degree participating in a scientific project of this exact variety.
Yeah. What do you think happens when we finally do get some type of real evidence? Because if we look back, I guess let's go back for a second. Like before, bacteria, like at one point we didn't know what that was, right? And then all of a sudden we know what that is, the different organisms and things like that. That was equivalent to, obviously now we think of it as common sense, but that was equivalent to, I don't know if I would say, might be a stretch to say it was equivalent to discovering like a species or aliens or something. But back then when it actually happened, you could argue like that was that amazing, like that out there, right? Like people would have thought that was the craziest thing ever. And now it's common knowledge. Like, what do you think happens when we finally do, when or whatever, we get some like irrefutable, like, what do you think happens?
Well, that's a good question. People used to think about like disclosure or UFOs, like a flying saucer would land on the lawn of the White House and Walter Cronkite would narrate it and the game over. But disclosure, as it's called, is not like your father's situation, because if a Republican administration discloses it, half the country won't believe them and vice versa. And so even if they do try to disclose it, I don't think anybody can tell what kind of threads it might rip through national security, what kind of panic it would cause. But one thing I believe is that I don't know if the government has spaceships or alien bodies or has reverse engineered propulsion systems. But if they do, even though I have very good friends who are writing legislation to force them to disclose this information, I don't think they will. Because if you're a diehard military guy, you didn't sign up for compliance to pasty-faced pencil pushers on Capitol Hill. You signed up for full spectrum dominance, and they'll
full
be
spectrum
damned if they're going to give up the crown
He's a good way with words,
technology, no matter where they got it from.
Full spectrum dominance.
Yeah, and I'm definitely not jaded at all, so I won't use that word for myself, but I just wouldn't be surprised. Like that's more like me, and I don't know if that makes me compliant, but I just mean like like maybe that's it. I don't know. Like, can I?
Well, it could happen. And a good friend of mine, Danny Sheehan, is an amazing Harvard-trained attorney who has worked on all sorts of cases.
We're gonna have Danny Sheehan on the podcast.
Now, and one of the things he's
forgetting
done,
to email
he's gone to the
but if you're listening now,
government
Paradigm
agencies
Institute,
and said, look, do you guys understand by law you need to release all the information?
We got to save some of the big dogs for later, because we got Bledsoe later at the end of the summer, and we'll have Sheehan hopefully.
That's what they're
as I reach out to him.
So he's actually getting parts of the government
we don't want
to champion the release of this.
We want to run out of our exciting people
of the U.S. government, whether it's in relation to Bitcoin or UFOs or whatever, as this monolithic block acting in concert. Nothing could be further from the truth. All kinds of turf battles and different folks.
Oh, if we thought that that was like this well-honed piece of things that work, then I guess we forgot that there's humans with prefrontal cortexes running the show, right?
That's right. That's right. It's just
Seemingly.
so, I guess maybe I'm with you that I would be a little bit surprised if we have, say, a capital D disclosure. I mean, we've already had the Navy say,
okay, buddy.
hey,
Yeah,
we see
we'll show it to 'em
UFOs
if
and
you
we
want,
see USOs, unidentified submersible objects all the time, and we're scared for the safety of our aviators.
Yeah.
That's already kind of a disclosure. So if we're going to get that classic, and now if we get a video, okay.
I'm going to rewind a little bit. What was those cutters?
Block acting in concert. Nothing could be further from the truth.
Oh, yeah.
All kinds of turf battles and different folks.
Oh, if we thought that that was like this well-honed piece of things that work, then I guess we forgot that there's humans with prefrontal cortexes running the show, right?
That's right. That's right. It's just, so, I guess maybe I'm with you that I would be a little bit surprised if we have, say, a capital D disclosure. I mean, we've already had the Navy say, hey, we see UFOs and we see USOs, unidentified submersible objects all the time, and we're scared for the safety of our aviators.
Yeah.
That's already kind of a disclosure. So if we're going to get that classic, and now if we get a video, okay, if you see a video of a UFO landing on the lawn of the White House, the first call you're going to make is to OpenAI, right? So it's very difficult.
Yeah. Or you're going to be looking at, all right, well, who created this? What's going on? And the the proof. What kind of AI created this? Yeah, what generated this?
Yeah.
Oh, you know what's funny about that? I don't even know if I'd say funny. I was just looking at, I don't know what it was, a documentary or something like that, and it came on about the old Orson Welles when he was doing that broadcast that put the nation in a panic over like
War of the Worlds.
Yeah, so think about it. And so like obviously many of the people are not going to remember that, or obviously most are no longer possibly going to be around when that happens. But they got us once. Orson Welles tricked us once. We're not going to let OpenAI trick us a second time. Orson got us already once.
I mean, and if you listen to that broadcast,
OpenAI doesn't have the means to be such things.
Obviously couldn't happen. Like they had a reporter in New York who's in New Jersey 5 minutes later, and still people believe it.
Oh man, this is good, Paul. Let's go. I want to go further into Machine Elves. Like talk to me about the company and like what's
whenever the source is awake.
So,
he's the one who talks about this all the time, doesn't he?
Financial projections for startups, and it's raised over $2 billion.
Oh, and William, you should check out this Hynek guy too, because the crypto investing stuff you look at.
Startup founders. They are broken people who are born on the island of broken toys and can't understand that they cannot change the world. And because they can't understand that, they actually can. So I love the energy of startups. And, I'm a software guy, and software folks, we think we can hack everything. Like, I was written about in Medical Journal for reversing my age. And I think that startup founders have the best energy. And unfortunately, a lot of them don't know how to speak investorese. So they don't know the dynamics of getting money, when you should get money, how you get it, how you negotiate it, how you present the company, or even how they can understand.
Debating whether I should ask him about the whole
money comes in and money goes out, beyond the fact
GPT
that they've got
bubble.
this new router that's going to put Cisco out of business. So I stepped in, and I like to work with startup founders and give them this template that they can use to do their numbers, so that when the investor asks them, hey, how'd you get these projections? They don't have that deer in the headlights look, because they were talking to me and they weren't really paying attention.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so is there any particular niche in the startup founder space that you're working with, just in general? Or is it agnostic?
I've worked everything from spaceships to nanotechnology and everything in between. Once it gets down to the finance level, the business model might be different.
Definitely
but
need this guy in the
everything else
space
is the same.
company,
You're
don't I?
hiring people, you're paying them money, you're
I don't
buying
think I have time
capital
for the space company.
expenditures, you're doing some financing of some kind. So
Okay,
it
we're
doesn't
going to
really
do the space
matter.
company. Just
My sweet spot has
finish some
been
documentaries first. We're
historically
going to be okay.
entertainment technology. I worked in visual effects on Avatar, Lord of the Rings, Planet of the Apes, and then we sold our company to James Cameron. So that's the business I'm most personally familiar with.
I didn't know it was visual effects. I thought it was more the financing side. Interesting.
Well.
Okay.
That's great.
I do some
So
visual effects.
what excites you right now? And let's jumping around a little bit. So in AI, the conversation with AI,
Yeah,
everything's moving pretty
yeah,
fast, I would argue, and I guess that's
yeah.
relative, but to me, it's moving pretty fast. What excites you right now in this space?
The fact that people now are looking at AI in a somewhat more positive light. You know, we've had all these dystopian views like The Matrix and Terminator about AI taking over. And look, for me, I'm less concerned about the future of artificial intelligence
Hmm.
than I am about the present of human stupidity. Will we even make it, Adam, until the computers take over? Please.
That's a good argument. Yeah. But we are the ones making the AI, and that could be the thing that kills us too.
Hurry up, get here already. But now people are seeing how
On
much
that
they
one,
can do with
I
AI.
am jaded, Paul. On that one, I am. The other one, I wasn't. On that one, I'm like, it wouldn't surprise me. But that one is a jaded, wouldn't surprise me. Go ahead.
All right, cool. So, you know, and
Unfortunately.
people are worried about AI taking jobs, but let's say like in writing,
Yeah.
a really good writer has a unique feel, like Stephen King. There's no AI that can replace Stephen King because he's got a very unique kind of warped view of the world. So the really good writers like Stephen King will probably use AI for some of the more drudgery aspects of the work.
Mhm.
It's the people in the middle that are not very good that will get displaced by AI, but they'll get displaced by people who couldn't have done it before. So my friends Ray Kurzweil, I have another friend who worked at OpenAI. They don't think that we're going to
Okay, Ray Kurzweil is a terrible podcast guest, but good to know he knows him because I want to talk to him anyway.
lose jobs. They think we'll have full employment. And they go back to 100 years ago or so when so many of Americans were farmers. And if you had told them, hey, 100 years from now, there will only be 1% of people working on farms, but everybody else will have jobs that we can't think of now. I'm in the camp that thinks that AI will actually usher in new prosperity and full employment.
Yeah, I'm definitely in that camp that there's going to be more. There's going to be more opportunity. The pie is going to get bigger. It's just going to get bigger and bigger. There's going to be more for those that. And now, will there be the casualties along the way of those that maybe either
Yep.
can't adapt? I'm not saying it's always somebody's fault, or whether they choose not to. I mean, that's a given, right? Like that's part of progress, and not everybody's going to win, but as a whole, I'm on that camp. I'm like, the pie is going to get bigger. Like, we've seen it time and time again. If the human spirit remains the same, if we continue to want to grow and thrive as a species, then I don't see how we don't continue.
Yeah, but I think about this stuff often, as you know. And I have some questions for people who are really involved in the AI business on a high level. But it does seem to be this bubble, all this hype around with dishonest descriptions of what can be done with these, language model based GPT type things. And then there's also the massive server cost to support this. And so people are overselling the capability of what is available to consumers, and they're lying to their investors about how much it costs to do so. Standard capitalism, Ponzi schemes. But it's a bubble that will burst, and then there'll be a stigmatization about AI things because they've been lied to. Doesn't mean I don't see the huge potential for AI, right? There's of course the more AGI side that will be maybe never rolled out, but does seem to exist secretly. So I don't know. I mean, it's interesting. I try to, as a fledgling futurologist with 100% success rate in predicting the future so far, although most of my predictions have not come to pass yet. So I'm just gloating. I think that, there's going to be blowback. Just, like when the first internet bubble burst, there was some depression in the marketplace and depression in terms of the aspirations of what could be done authentically. And I think that's part of the reason we fell victim to Zuckerberg's invention and implementation of the 2006 newsfeed / algorithmic timeline that took away the free aspects of our hive mind. So I don't know. What's in terms of the business of AI? I think it can be used on a small level by people. Like in terms of like me collaborating with AI art, it costs me, like, depending how much I want to crank out, like $30 a month, to experiment and collaborate with this tool. I've gained a lot from it on an individual level, but can I scale this up into a massive business? Kind of, maybe, not really though. It's cool as an artist and a philosopher to experiment with this new technology, and I love it. But in terms of how it's going to function to like really over time change the whole economy, I don't know. I mean, once robotics and AGI gets rolled out, maybe I can see that being useful to individuals who can afford it. And I think it's in general, these tools help those automate and expand their creative vision as an entrepreneur, which is why people like Hynek are vibing with it and succeeding with it. But I think there's a lot of smoke and mirrors in terms of what's really going to happen, and what's possible in our economy, what's really possible with the technology. And, you know, it's part of the reason people get all pissy with people like Crow, because what he's doing is very different in nature to anyone else in the world, or whatever it might be. But in terms of what we get access to as consumers, it's not nearly as much as what people aspire and or lie to us to say it is to make money. Anyway, let's see what this guy has to say.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, in Yuval Harari's book *Sapiens*, he talks about the transition from hunter-gathering to agriculture. And it was not good for the first people that doing agriculture, because hunter-gatherers, they had a pretty good life and a varied diet, and they walked around a lot. And then when they started doing agriculture, they have to protect land. So they have to have, you know, warfare, and they're maybe only going to eat one crop. So we're about to have this unbelievable pivot, and it could be very disruptive for the short term. But after that, I think it's just going to be a fantastic age. And then we head into a singularity where, you know, all bets are off. It's impossible to know what will happen. I think the risks and returns are greater than before. Like, if our great-great-great-great-grandfathers were sitting down around a table saying, hey, in the future, our great-great-great-grandkids, Adam and Paul, will be able to fly around the world. Dentistry will largely be pain-free, and they can have food in a refrigerated cabinet in their house, they would have said, that's great. But there will be bombs pointed at their heads 24 hours a day of a size and magnitude you can't imagine. They would have said, oh, I don't know. And I think the future has even greater rewards and even greater risks than our great-great-grandfathers could have even envisioned.
Amazing. Paul, this has been great having you.
Oh, hey, Tim Howard,
today.
The Rabbit. Good to see you, friend.
This has been a lot of fun. Great conversation.
Yeah, if you guys have video, audio setups, we can bring you into these lives.
What's the best way for them to do that?
Yeah, good luck. I have a pretty anemic social media footprint. I guess on Twitter, just at Paul Hynek.
All right, and so we'll end the show notes so people can definitely follow you on Twitter. And speaking to the audience.
All right, well, that's the end of Bitcoin astronomy, discussing things with Paul Hynek. Tomorrow's guest on DIY disclosure, reminding me also I need to upload last episode to the podcast. Shit. Okay, I'll do that as soon as I finish this new art. I'm just trying to get it right. Yeah, so that's cool. Let's see what else we can find out about our friend Paul Hynek. Really brilliant, awesome guy. Let's see what this is. This pertains. This is on Facebook. I gotta log into that here. Hopefully, I'll show you. Hold on. Ooh, which am I taking? That's my name, by the way. Everyone knows my name. Okay. Guess you can't look at my password now, can you? No offense. If I start typing, no, it's fine. Okay, I don't even know my password. Okay. This is the thing. I gotta get everything into Chrome in order for it to connect with this stuff. Oh wait, there it is. Hold on. Can I hear it? I don't think I have to log in. I'll log in eventually, though.
UFO buffs say, hey, look.
Oh, okay. Let's hear this thing. This is Paul Hynek, son of J. Allen Hynek, discusses his family during the Project Blue Book panel at AlienCon. So a bit of a typo there. Okay, here we go. Let's hear what he has to say. He's the dude on the right, as I'm sure you know.
Hardcore UFO buffs say, hey, look, it wasn't the Gorman dogfight, it was the Fuller dogfight, and they banked left instead of banked right. By and large, people on the street say, what was that like? What's that stuff about your mom and that Russian spy?
Ooh.
Well, you should see the stuff they left out about my family.
Wait, what? Yeah,
hardcore UFO buffs say, hey, look, it wasn't the Gorman dogfight, it was the Fuller dogfight, and they banked left instead of banked right.
The Rabbit.
By and large, people on the street say, what was that like? What's that stuff about your mom and that Russian spy? Well, you should see the stuff they left out about my family.
Oh, that was it? No, it cuts out there for some reason.
Hardcore UFO buffs say, hey, look.
Okay.
It wasn't
okay, that's the end of the clip. It's just a short clip. A little teaser. I guess I got to add that to the list. Okay, we need to make a list of questions for our friend Paul Hynek. I think I already have a Paul Hynek thing somewhere. Paul Hynek. So many windows open. Hynek. Oh. I just found everyone's phone numbers. I'm looking for like Nick Pope and everything. Okay. Oh, fucking A. I'm so disorganized. I was like, I lost the thing with everyone's phone numbers on it. Okay, I'm so dumb. Let me copy and paste that somewhere where I won't lose it again. Oh yeah. All right, I'm calling up Sheehan in a little bit. Okay. Yeah, I need like a office manager one of these days. Okay, but then they'll have to be like in my home all the time, and that'd be kind of awkward. I'll just do it myself. DIY disclosure. This is what we call it. DIY disclosure. I just do it myself. It's just a little sloppy at times. That's all. I'm terribly sorry for the lack of professionalism. Okay, how do I get? Okay, I'm gonna have to just add these people to my phone book so I stop losing them. Hold on. I got this. Good thing you can't see my whole screen. That would be kind of like doxing people and shit. Okay, hold on. And someone's gonna have to help me get the music working again. I had it working the other day. Spotify was playing beautifully, and then it just stopped working. And I don't like things that are unreliable like that. I mean, we have these like anti-gravity, fleets in space, presumably, and we can't like just get a streaming platform to let me play music, right? Maybe our priorities are upside down as a civilization. Just brainstorming, Okay, I got this. Getting organized, adding people to my phone book so I can actually invite them to my podcast, like I said I would. And Sheehan is one of the big dogs, the biggest, I think, in terms of making real world impact and changes on a legal level, societal level, research level. He's the guy behind the whistleblowers, or whatever we want to describe him to be. I think he comes from Harvard and such. He's actually done positive things beyond the scope of this topic for civil rights and the freedom of human people in this particular country, the United States of America. Okay, got it. Hold on. All right. Got Sheehan in the book so I can stop complaining about how I lost his phone number, because actually, there it is. I found it. Okay, getting organized. Sorry about that, everyone. Just going to get his Gmail in the right spot there. And everybody's organized and happy. Okay, because you're going to want to like talk to him and ask some questions probably on the podcast, right? So I should go through the necessary steps to actually invite him. Sheehan, yeah, it's going to be fun talking to Sheehan. I have so many questions about his hair alone. Oh yeah, now I'm also supposed to be writing some notes. I want to ask about. I have too many things going on. I suck. Okay, hold on. Okay, I'm going to throw this all on the same thing so that I can find it later. Getting organized. Okay. Here's everyone else. Done. Save. Oh, goodness me. Why is it not saving? Okay, I did it. Moving on, baby. Now the Hynek. Okay, we're starting a new Hynek research document. Paul Hynek. I want to ask about his mother and the Russian agent. Sounds scandalous. Okay, and if anyone else has any questions for Paul Hynek, hit me up in the DMs and/or comments. Okay, cool. I also want to ask him about the VFX. Ask about VFX of Avatar. Wow, best VFX of all time. And that was his company, I think he said, that did it. And he sold it to James Cameron. That means he knows. I mean, obviously, we're deducing a couple of key things. That means he also knows, right? James Cameron, the biggest badass filmmaker of all time, who also has done research into the under ocean phenomena. So we got to team up with that guy. He's got a lot of money too. Maybe he can help me with my under ocean research that has some good technology attached to it. ask him to please connect us to James Cameron. You might say yes. Okay. There we go. All right, let's see if we can watch anything else. Paul Hynek, Stuff the Bus Saline. That's a different Paul Hynek, I think. See, there isn't like that many interviews of him, right? Like considering he's such a badass. This is why he needs to come on to the greatest new podcast opportunity for the world to listen to and view, and also even appear on. Okay, let's see him talk about crypto, I guess. Whatever. All right. Is that too loud, by the way? This is some silly shit. Okay. Lord of the Rings 2. Oh, so that means okay, we got to get him to. We have another Peter Jackson hookup, baby. Please connect us to Peter Jackson. And Mr. Smurfo, I'm relying on your help with this too. Oh, back to the art. Back to the art. I'm working on some art right now. Ooh. I need him to make my advisory board. He's good at that. What's going on? Okay. Well, this is just all crypto stuff, and while I have interest in it, it's just for me combining. It's just too volatile and too unregulated or inadequate or improperly regulated, at least in such a way that to promote Bitcoin, especially those who are not like super knowledgeable and brilliant as to how to navigate it and have their kind of internal ethics, coordinated with those goals, right? There's at least a degree of perceived and ethical it's at least perceived, and it oftentimes is actually unethical to encourage people to get involved in these things just on a mass societal level. And then there's the potential problem of commingling such things with ufology, which one of my personal missions is to find a credible, like this guy's father is the one who did the best job initially of doing so, of a scientific, credible, honest, independent, uncorruptible path to discovering the nature of reality. And unfortunately, and this is something I internally struggle with, because there's a lot of positive technological things that I do use with crypto. The blockchain for protecting information and sharing it is a beautiful thing. So anyway, I have so many people trying to pull me into crypto projects and stuff, and I do need money to survive and to grow my projects, but I haven't gone there yet. So it'd be a fun thing to discuss with them, because maybe, like a lot of people have educated me about, hey, yes, it could be done those ways. It could be ethical. It could be empowering. It could be a whole new way to structure things as an entrepreneur in a more free and honest manner. But then it's like, where are the case studies to show that has happened and can reliably happen? And you can bring, let's say, people to collaborate with their time and maybe with their investments in there, and be able to look them in the face and say, this is going to work. Here's why it cannot possibly go south. Obviously there's like everything in business, and with money, there's a vast gradient of how it can be handled. But I have not yet seen a way that I can participate in it yet on a full level. I'm not going to do a coin. Like, I have a space company I'm putting together. It's not the top priority, but it's a great idea, I think. And I have some amazing people involved so far. It will have its time, but for I'm not going to have a coin related to that. Although many people have made good cases. It's like, set it up as a DAO or whatever you call it. And I think that's a cool structure. I think there's elements of the structure of the technology, but once you start connecting it to an actual currency, I don't know. I can't see a way forward that does not at least have the perception of being, I don't want to say it, but like that does not shine these topics in the best light, which I think is one of the most important things that we're trying to do. It just, yeah, I want to hear about that. This Dow thing, yeah. This is what I wanna learn about, this Dow stuff. Wanna hear what you guys think about the Dows. I mean, can you get investors that way? How does that work? This host with the stack of this monolith of books behind him, I wonder if it ever falls over, and I hope nothing bad happens to him, but it would be a bit interesting if this is, live in a podcast stream, his final moments were, you know, the result of, like an earthquake or something, and the monolith descending upon him. If I would make a note about asking Paul about the DAOs, right? And how to get investors and the pros and cons, the risks, the stigma. Right. Yeah. No kidding. I don't have that. Following on crypto. Yep, yeah, crypto. Maybe total evangelist. I mean, no offense. Okay, but just because we have more people excited about it doesn't mean it's still a safe thing to do and that it's any less volatile, right? And yes, this is a hardcore quantitative point of view, not a qualitative one. So it's a one-sided perspective, but that's his business. It's wild. He's a funny guy. Oh. You haven't left yet? You want me to go with you? All right. You want me to meet up with you later?
Yeah.
Hold on one sec. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. What?
You need to, Letty's gonna be here in about 45 minutes. I told her
And I'm back. Just have some house guests and stuff and some family time. So he's one of these guys, huh? Yep. Yeah, cool. Yeah, he does the AI stuff too. We got to talk to this guy. Zip drive. Mm. I wonder if Crow's hearing this. Or he have a lot to comment about this. Yeah, talk to Crow. He's at the forefront of this. He says, yeah. It's cool that he knows Kurzweil, though, right? We're gonna meet him. We're gonna meet Kurzweil. We're gonna jam out on his synthesizers maybe together. That would be cool for. Yeah, I was watching I guess uh, I really want to talk to Ray Kurzweil. I was kind of joking about it, but he's pretty dry in conversations. At least I think he was on Joe Rogan, and it was just like the most boring Joe Rogan ever. And then I saw this documentary the other day about the behind the scenes story of the Arsenio Hall show. All this, and he was a brilliant, brilliant guy. He still is, I guess, brilliant, but innovative talk show host, right? And he had on someone, Elliot Gould, who was kind of the Ray Kurzweil of his days, someone known to be a little dry in conversation. Thank you, I got that. So what he did is he had him. They were playing basketball together during the interview. So I was like, yeah, maybe I can jam with Ray Kurzweil on some Kurzweil synthesizers while we talk. Get him to resuscitate his eternal life a little bit better. Yeah, Crow always talks about Bicentennial Man. It's always these really bad movies that people reference, and just because a movie is bad doesn't mean the ideas in it are bad. However, the way- we're gonna have to do some mind uploads with our new friend Paul Hynek. He's a smart guy. I like this interview guide. Strategy sprints. Maybe I'll reach out to him too. Right. Not good. Yeah. Well, we should talk to Sam Harris someday. I know someone who knows him but hates him, so they probably won't connect me. But he probably knows Sam Harris too, doesn't he? He must. Note to self: ask Paul to hook us up with Sam Harris. He'll we just want to talk about consciousness with Sam Harris, right? Please introduce us. Right. I have art about that. Yeah, Harris. Okay. Sorry, I gotta rewind that a little bit. Okay. I was just making some notes. I wanted me to introduce us to Sam Harris. I want to talk to Sam Harris about consciousness and all these things and free will, of course. I got some art about those topics. And let's hear what Paul has to say. Yep. Yes, it's high risk, high return. I have art about this, which I entitle this is the golden age at the razor's edge of history, or as Charles Dickens said, the best of times, the worst of times. Predict. Oh, I got to make art about that too. Hold on. We like to think of our thoughts as what do you say, our own purview? Our own purview? I like the way this guy thinks, he's really smart. Purview, how do you spell that? Purview. Rewind. Where's the good stuff, ladies and gentlemen? Take your next thing. Let's think about our own purview. If you can't predict your next thought, why do you think you control your thoughts? Is that what you said? Let me check on that. Yeah, we're talking the same language as all these art projects I'm doing. It's gonna be fun to talk with this guy about the consciousness stuff. This is central to my philosophy for those playing along at home. My concept I refer to as the eternal present tense and thinking without thinking. Why do you think you control your? But this is where another aspect of my philosophy, which perhaps these gentlemen have not yet considered, because this is perhaps an invention of what I have done, or at least gathered on my own from the pastiche of all previous things. But what I found in my personal experience is once I snapped into this concept that I guess channeled or thought of, whatever, however ideas work, the super objective. Once I got the super objective and the ones, all these very concise ideas lined up, and once I tested it thoroughly for at least myself and many others, then I did feel like I had increased control over thoughts and perceptions, right? And to such an extent, and ever increasingly so for my perceptions, but also provable on these streams and spaces and stuff, is that there's a sort of a retro causality thing. Once you're in such a alignment with the contextuality and intentionality of your, what I refer to as my coherence narrative, then you do have some kind of control. It's a flow state control. So you're sort of one with the flow of source, or whatever you want to call it. But when you have intentions and contextuality that you create for yourself and you live by so naturally, then I disagree. I think you do maintain increasing amounts of control over both emotions and whatever thoughts might be. Enhanced free will. I like that. Enhanced free will. That's what I'm talking about, I think. Hmm. Well, he's got a Twitter account. I should say hi to him there. And yeah, maybe I'll bring him into Spaces after. That'd be fun, right? Don't care. Okay. One should not be so self-referential at the end of their podcast interviews, my friend. Okay. It's about the guest. Ask him more questions about him. Express how grateful you are for his limited time. I'm just kidding. Harsh critic, right? Okay. Let's see if we got anything else on Paul. Here's another person. Let's see what this is from 5 years ago. Oh wait, I got to open the same tab. Never mind. A little loud. Where is it loud? Saline Speaks with special guest Paul Hynek, filmed at Liberty School.
Welcome back to another episode of Saline Speaks. Today I'm joined by Paul Hynek, who is the president of the Saline School Board. So this is a first, interviewing some school.
This is not the same guy. Okay. Yeah, he doesn't do a lot of media, this Paul Hynek. Okay, here we go. This is Project Blue Book's J. Allen Hynek's son, Paul. Okay, this is more like it. This is from our friend's podcast. Let's see which one this is.
If you have at least $50,000 saved
Den
for
of Geek. I don't know
retirement
this
right
guy's
now
name.
in 2023,
Hi, Den of Geek,
did
if
you
you're
know
out
that
there.
you can legally become your own bank?
This was a year ago.
I'm Aaron Sagers, and this is Talking Strange.
Talking Strange. I guess I need like a little charming intro sequence at some point. Maybe I'll hand animate it.
Hello, spooky nerds, and welcome to Talking Strange, paranormal pop culture show with the Den of Geek Network. Of course, available on.
Oh,
Apple
I want to hand
Podcasts,
I don't have time,
Spotify,
but I would
and
love to hand animate
I'm
an
your
intro.
host,
Would that be cool?
journalist, author, researcher of weird things, Aaron Sagers. You can also catch me as host of the Netflix series 28 Days Haunted and on the Travel Channel and Discovery Plus show Paranormal Caught on Camera. Now, my guest today, UFO aficionados know my guest as the son of J. Allen Hynek, the father of ufology.
That's right.
The astronomer who was the scientific
And
advisor to the
astrophysicist.
U.S. Air Force's UFO studies projects, 3 of them, in fact, from 1940s to 1960s: Project Sign, Project Grudge, Project Blue Book, most famously or infamously, depending on how you look at it. However, Paul Hynek was also involved in the making of Avatar, Lord of the Rings, Planet of the Apes, 1010, Real Steel, Warcraft, The Hobbit, Halo, Call of Duty, a lot of other movies and games. He was a consultant on the History Network shows Project Blue Book, which was a fictionalized adaptation of his father's cases. And that, of course, starred
He's worked with
Hayden
Spielberg too.
Gillen
That's pretty
from
dope.
Game of Thrones
I have a
as
thing I'm
Hynek.
hoping to pitch
And
Spielberg.
Paul
see when
Hynek
it's
also
published.
happens to be an accomplished author and entrepreneur in his own right. He's a Wharton MBA, an adjunct professor of finance and accounting at Pepperdine University, and he will be appearing at the UFO conference Contact in the Desert.
Oh.
And that is actually just right around the
I
corner.
was
It's
there.
happening June 2nd to 4th, 2023 in Indian Wells, California. So
It's really
let's
fun. You guys
bring
should go.
him in. Paul Hynek. Hey, thanks for joining me today, Paul.
Hi, Aaron. Pleasure.
I'm so very excited to talk to you about so many things because, of course,
We
we have
have
all
to
the
work
stuff
on
about
his
your dad,
video
and
presentation
then
for
just
our
some
broadcast.
pop culture nerd
Yes,
stuff
got
that we
that.
can talk about as well. There's a lot of ground to cover, but the first thing that I wanted to ask is because your father, a lot of people know him as the father of ufology, as I said, but he was an astronomer, but he was also an academic. He was a professor, and you are an adjunct professor as well. So this is maybe perhaps a bit obtuse to start with, but how are you as a professor compared to your father? And did you borrow anything from his approach?
Yeah. So my father was the quintessential avuncular professor. One of the things I remember in seeing him speak and teach was that he was just very much at ease. There's people get very nervous public speaking, and that's fine, right? And I think the trick is to convert most of that energy into sort of adrenaline and go for it. And when you get self-conscious, that's when you kind of lose the audience, right? I mean, I've done a lot of presentations and speeches, and it's only maybe 3 or 4 times where I walked off the stage saying I had done a perfect job. Not objectively perfect, but the best I could do. But it just doesn't matter. People just want to see passion. They want to see something interesting. And most of the time they're thinking about, do they have enough lasagna at home for dinner? And when is this guy going to finish? So it takes the load off. But my dad he had great command of the subject, whether it's UFOs or astronomy. And he was he was very charismatic. So one of the things I learned from him was, he taught graduate students and undergrads alike. And one of his classes was Highlights of Astronomy, which is a beginning survey course. And his philosophy was, don't make them memorize a bunch of stuff, but teach them things they'll remember for more than 5 years. So when I started teaching my survey class and overall business, I had the same philosophy, and it worked out pretty well. So I have to tip my hat to the old man for that.
Yeah. Just a side note for those that are not watching the video and are instead listening to this as a podcast. Right now, Paul has his own companion wrapped around his neck, a beautiful little cat. What is your cat's name?
This is JJ. He's the most friendly, affectionate cat in the history of the world.
He looks very affectionate. So yeah, I've been fortunate. I've spent a lot of time in academia, both teaching and earning some degrees. And for me, the teachers, the professors that stuck with me, going back to even middle school, Mr. C, to Professor Campbell when I'm in undergrad, teachers that always had that authenticity, that they were not saying that they had all the answers, but there was that authenticity and that genuine excitement to share that information. I think that that's something that your father even conveyed when he started doing the media tours and once he was sort of out of the control, under the thumb of the Air Force, we could really kind of pick up on that authenticity and that likability. Correct? I mean, am I wrong?
Yeah, I think so. And you also, in speaking, you have to roll the punches. And I remember my father gave a speech in Winnipeg, in Canada, and I think he forgot his materials. But whatever the case was, he walked up to the lectern for like a 1 hour talk and said, UFOs are very interesting. I shall now take questions.
I love that. Well, I bet he still filled that entire time with some
Yes,
questions.
yes.
Yeah, when I was just kind of updating myself on your father, I did notice that born in 1910, passed away in 1986, the years of Halley's Comet or Halley's
That's
Comet.
right. That's right.
And another man, Mark Twain, born in a year
Right.
of Halley's Comet, 1835, and passed away the same year that your father was born, which is
Right.
just mind blowing in of itself.
Yeah.
There's these synchronicities. Did your father did he think about that? Did he think about the Halley's Comet connection? Did he think about Mark Twain? Did he think about synchronicities?
Yeah, apparently he predicted he would go out with Halley's Comet as well. And when he was essentially dying, I was living with him and my mom in Scottsdale, Arizona, and I took him out to see Halley's Comet. And so for our family, it was kind of a comforting bookend that seemed to make a little bit of sense. And per his wishes, his 5 kids got together in the lake, or on the lake where we have a summer cabin in Canada, and we spread his ashes just in the lake. And when we're done, we look up and we see a rainbow. We thought, well, that's kind of nice. Fast forward 10 years, we're doing the same thing with my mom's ashes. Very somber occasion. And we look up and we see a rainbow again. We thought, oh, that's nice. Then a few seconds later, we look up and we see a double rainbow. So, well, that's just perfect. And we go back to the cabin, and some of the next generation of kids are there. And one of them comes running up to us and says, hey, everybody, look, I found a picture that I drew of Mimi from a couple of years ago with a rainbow. So just a really, when you come from an astronomical family, if you have these sort of astronomical signs and indicators, it just makes things a bit easier.
Yeah. Yeah. It almost speaks to the poetry of the cosmos, that it's not always about answers, but it's about, sometimes seeing these patterns.
Yeah, that's right. Patterns over answer. Yeah.
I come from a family of 5 kids.
All right, did I miss anything good?
5 kids.
Yeah, I Brady Wynn, looking for data points. To the extent to which I'm an alpha male, I do often eat pizza for breakfast. And hit me up in the comments if I missed anything crucial in the interview in the past 7 minutes when I was getting pizza and soda. Oh, and I got the new art done. I'm going to post it in a second. I hope you like it. This one is called, what am I calling this one again? I'm going to call this one, where is it? We Are the Cosmos Evolved. I'll share it with you on the timeline in just a moment. Just trying to add some more details. Back to our new friend, Paul Hynek, son of J. Allen Hynek, nonetheless. No less.
And I'm curious if you could give me some insight what life is like growing up with this gaggle of a big family, chaotic based on my experience, but also then you add in being this media darling and a famous ufologist. What was the average, I don't know, Monday, Tuesday afternoon in the Hynek household where you have all of that going on, plus all of the media attention?
Yeah. So a Tuesday afternoon, let's say we've got a local news channel coming to film him for an interview. Then we go in the backyard, and my brother Joel is building a jet engine in the backyard. Then Travis Walton comes to dinner. That was a Tuesday.
I got to.
I think I had heard you mention Travis before, and I've had a lot of interactions with Travis throughout the years, and it's he strikes me as a very sweet man, and I do find his story quite compelling. Of course, for those that are not familiar with his name, we largely associated with the movie Fire in the Sky, but his story is much more involved than what we see in the Hollywood treatment. But it was kind of surprising to me to hear that he would come over for dinner. Would your father often welcome in experiencers, or was it just Travis was a friend?
Well, it's like in my life too, the line between, I don't know if my father would call a UFO experiencer a professional colleague, which I guess technically that's what they would be. And for me in my life, there's a pretty blurry line between people that I might consider colleagues and friends.
Right.
So he was just a fellow soul. I think my father would think of him. I also remember Father Gill coming to the house for dinner. He had a sighting, I think, in 1951 in Papua New Guinea. It was very interesting where he's inside preparing for evening prayers, and he hears a commotion outside. There's several hundred New Guineans outside. He looks up and he sees a craft floating in the sky, and he immediately does some trigonometry to figure out how far it is, etc., which I thought was, really amazing to have that sort of composure at that moment. And they're looking at the craft, and the sort of hatch opens up, and they see a humanoid, and Father Gill waves, and the humanoid waves back. And there's more to the story, but I thought that was fascinating. And so he was in Chicago, where we were living, for a religious ecumenical conference, not on a book tour or anything like that. And he knew my father pretty well, so he came for dinner. Well, the kind of quid pro quo is, if you're going to eat our food, you're going to have to talk about your sighting, right?
Yeah.
And one of the things my father was impressed by was that he was very smart. And I could see this with him. He was very intelligent. He was comfortable in his skin. He was consistent over the years with his account. He had nothing whatsoever to gain from it. And he just told it in a very matter-of-fact way. And he was just what my father would call a highly credible witness.
Yeah. Well, I know that your family wasn't religious, and I was raised Catholic, but I don't really, I'm not observant these days. It's more cultural. And
right.
Did your father and you, did you have conversations or thoughts about how whatever is going on with these sightings, whatever UFO, UAP, flying saucers, as we called them back in the day, whatever they are, wherever they come from, did you ever have a conversation about how that impacts religion, religious belief, and also, let's face it, religious organizations globally, what that situation would be like if there was some sort of disclosure or whatever we want to call
it? Sorry for the cough. I'm just getting over a case of COVID.
Oh.
My father had Rosicrucian leanings. And my mother had been raised Methodist, but didn't like it. So our household had really no religion at all.
Fuck. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? We're working out the kinks. It's my third day streaming. Okay, yeah. So I can't open the link on this app I'm using. If I can read it, if you can maybe DM me or maybe reply to one of my posts or something, I'll be able to see it a little easier. But I would like to check that out. about the Chalmers extended mind hypothesis. I'll look up what it is, though, anyway. Hold on. Chalmers extended mind. Was this related to one of my posts in the last 2 days? Okay. Andy Clark and David Chalmers. Okay. Very interesting. Thank you for sharing this. Let me try to share the screen. One sec. Extended mind thesis. In philosophy, let me get this a little closer here. Thank you. Hold on. I gotta close that. Right. That's better. In the philosophy of mind, the extended mind thesis says that the mind does not exclusively reside in the brain or even the body, but extends into the physical world. Right. Very, very relevant to all these things we're talking about. I appreciate this. The thesis proposes that some objects in the external environment can be part of a cognitive process, and in that way function as extensions of the mind itself. Examples of such objects are written calculations, a diary, or a PC. In general, it concerns objects that store information. The hypothesis considers the mind to encompass every level of cognition, including the physical level. Does seem to be the case. It was proposed by Clark and Chalmers in The Extended Mind in 1998. They described the idea of it as, would you say this relates to Hoffman's work as well? Idea as active externalism based on the active role of the environment in driving cognitive processes. Legit. It relates to my concept that I recently thought of called ideal realism. For the matter of personal identity and the philosophy of self, the EMT has the implication that some parts of a person's identity can be determined by their environment. Cheap viewers on, I can't open links for anyone who wants to share links. Sorry. But thanks for being one of my first Twitch people. I haven't even gone on your app yet. So what's up, Ted? I'll go there. I'm just new at this podcast. Okay, so let's go. Missed reference to thoughts on synchronicity. What are the dates? I don't know what, Wake, I don't know what you're referring to. Hopefully you can hear me okay now, buddy. But I don't understand what your comment was responding to directly, but I do like the topic. It does relate to my new art, which I'm about to upload. You can see it. And there it is. And the title is, I'm just about to post it. Oh, here, let me do it with you people. And by you people, you know who I'm talking about. You, all of you specifically. All right. Let's see. Okay, we're going to share my little editing. Share it to this tab instead. It's our last little broadcast. Oh, Digby. We're going to have him on the podcast, I think. And Tom Thompson. I'm going to like that. Okay. So yeah, this is the new art. Let's see what you guys think. The title is We Are the Cosmos Evolved. And let me grab my new art. Stick it in there. I have this annoying thing that my iPad drawing app always thinks I made everything in 1979 for some reason. So I had to put it in its own little folder so it doesn't get lost. Okay, there it is. Does this have the signature and watermarks? Yes, it does. Let me label it correctly. We Are the Cosmos Evolved. Baller. I like this one. We'll see what you guys think. It took me a while to get it to look the way I wanted. And we're going to drag that little baby in there. So yeah, can you see that? What do you think? I tried to do the signature subtle with the new technique. And yeah, I don't know. We Are the Cosmos Evolved. Let me know if you agree. I'm going to post it. While we're in this window, yeah, I did. Let's respond to some of our friends because I've been ignoring them because I've been busy multitasking, making art, researching tomorrow's podcast guest, the great Paul Hynek. A real badass, in my opinion. Okay. Okay, so here's what I did earlier today. I woke up with this idea what type of energy? This was inspired by talking to my friend Roy Herbert, who's in my view, I mean, I'm just mostly an artist, philosopher, and filmmaker and such, writer and whatnot, but not an actual scientist, not an actual quantum physicist, theoretical or otherwise, but a real life philosopher kind of guy. And I like what he says, but I don't know if it's true. But it resonates with my experiences and my theories, so doesn't make it more true necessarily. But I think he's smart, and I think he's a good. He practices revolutionary civility, which is part of my philosophy, so I'm biased towards that. So I just like the guy, and he inspired this one. What type of energy is generated by our thoughts, and how does it change reality over time? If anyone wants to share their thoughts here or elsewhere about that, DMs are closed. You made a request for things you missed in the. Oh, thanks. That's what it was. Thanks, Wake. Yeah, okay, that's what I missed. Okay, maybe I'll rewind to that part. I appreciate you. Cool. Thanks a lot. I'm starting to figure out how this all works. Okay, now we're on to the art. We'll go back to the interview though. Don't worry. What type of energy is generated by our thoughts, and how does it change reality over time? I haven't responded to anyone yet about that. I'm so sorry. Here's what our friend Ophelia, a very, very interesting lady, who's experienced things and researched things, and I appreciate her. She wrote, "Love energy if we are good in a." Let me take this fucking thing off now that I'm not listening. Thanks. Oh, see what it does to my hair? You see it? There's no way around this without looking like a complete jackass. Okay. She says, "Love energy if we are." So answering my question, what type of energy is generated by our thoughts, and how does it change reality over time? And she says, "Love energy." That's definitely on brand for my philosophy, algorithmic jiu-jitsu. If we are in a good, pure place, right? Changes people around us for the better, and that's all that matters. We aren't always able to channel it, and that is okay. After all, we are just human, right? As she provides some very nice AI art, I guess. Very pretty. Did she make this? I can't tell. Dream.ai. Nice anime, kind of Miyazaki kind of stuff, maybe, but with more big girl kind of characters. Cool. Okay, now I have to respond appropriately. This is where I can use more caffeine. I get the brain working. Well, what type? Yeah, I guess, yeah, it's whatever kind of energy you can imagine. I was wondering kind of scientifically, like, because it's mass, right? Our thinky thoughts have mass. I think I'm gonna have to just give her a GIF to start because I can't think of anything clever. Let's demystify the GIF experience. Love and energy. This is what happens when you're totally lazy. You just kind of use the GIFs, baby. My love energy is coming to you. Okay, just always be friendly when you don't have anything interesting to say. That's part of the secret to success. Just don't be an asshole. It's kind of cute. Let's look at this GIF. Whoa. But she's a married woman. She might take that the wrong way. Too late. Okay, moving on. Wait a minute. Is that creepy? I didn't know it was so creepy until I enlarged it. Yeah, that kind of looks romantic. Okay, I'm going to take two. Let's not creep out the nice married women. Okay, take two. Love energy, but not romantic would be good, yeah. Platonic love energy. Platonic. Yeah, thumbs up. That's more my vibe right now. Okay, this is getting too specific about the platonic thing. Okay, this seems less sexy. Let's do that one. Little ghosts. There. Ghosts hardly have genitals anyway. Okay, I think we're good. But I want to get to Roy's feedback because Roy responded with initially. Was the first to respond, and I don't want to leave him hanging. Oh, Top Rat. He's cool. He makes really good AI art too, I think. I want to give him a little love. He wrote, or he quoted, "It's proportional to the energy of the thinker." I'm pretty wired. I think I need more coffee, actually. What do you think? The more creative and untethered the imagination, The resultant dreamscape is unencumbered by realism. That's nice. I want to read it again. From Imagination of a Madman. Let me see what that is. Imagination of a Madman. I don't know what that is. It's a TikTok account. Okay. Maybe it's his own thing. I doubt it. Okay. I like it though. It's pretty dope art. Good job, Top Brad. Proportional to the energy of the thinker, right? Proportional. Yeah. I mean, it's also contextually related to that. The more creative and untethered the imagination, the resultant dreamscape is unencumbered by realism. What? The more creative and untethered this is not written that well, no offense. The more creative and untethered the imagination. Okay, that part makes sense. The resultant dreamscape is unencumbered by realism. That's the part that doesn't really, more of a first draft kind of idea. I think needs a little editing, but I like the vibes. All right, we're gonna have to do another GIF. I can't think of anything good to say that's positive about this. I like the picture. Well, let's talk to my beautiful art. I do like the art. Beautiful art. Did you make it? Resultant dreamscape is unencumbered by. It's like double negatives and things. It just I would say instead, the more creative and untethered your imagination. It just doesn't track in terms of a sentence. Like it's like the more this, the blah 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 that. Instead, it's just the resultant dreamscape is encumbered by realism. There isn't like a than related statement, but maybe there's more to the. It goes on to make more sense after that. There's a pick thing, pick.x. I think if this is referencing someone's account that I can't open. This is how I waste my whole day, just overthinking my responses to people. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay, here we go. Now we got some good shit. This is Inward Eye. He always has really, really good thoughts. Although I want to pass you back to the interview to tell me what I missed, because I do clearly need a second cup of coffee. My brain is not performing up to our expected standards. I'm terribly sorry about that, by the way. Okay, where's that Paul Hynek thing? Paul Hynek. Here. Let's look up Paul Hynek again. Oh, we haven't seen this one yet, have we? Oh, cool. We got a new one 3 months ago. Let's check it out. Oh, we got a couple more we haven't seen. Bitchin'. We're going to share.
AC cold instantly without AC while slashing electric bills.
Okay.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to Down to Earth with Christian Harloff. This is our daily UAP news channel from Monday through Friday.
Okay, I'll be right back.
And we hope
as
that
usual.
You subscribe to
the
channel.
Hey, real
alien,
20,000 wonderful
subscribers. We hope you'll be along.
If there's anything really great
journey.
about Paul Hynek while I make
so
my coffee, let me know. I can't bring this whole
we
setup
have a
with me.
weekly podcast that we do. It's called UAP Tuesdays. It's on my other
Ooh,
channel, the Christian Harloff channel. We do that every
that'd
Tuesday.
Be really bad idea.
So that dropped
give
today.
myself a heart attack if I do that.
Inside of that episode, we had an exclusive interview with Paul Hynek, who is, of course, the son of
Stream 24/7,
father of modern ufology, Alan Hynek.
For now, I'm just going to get a cup
Blue
of coffee.
Book, went on to be a consultant with Close Encounters of the Third Kind, and on and on and on and on. So we had a great conversation, and Pavel had the conversation with him. So even though it's on that episode, I thought it would live here as its own piece, so that way people could find the interview itself here. So if you wanted to clip it out, put it on X, and do all those things that you want to do with it, it's a very, I thought it was very insightful. I thought it was a good point of view, and Pavel's just really good at this too. So take a listen. Here is the interview with Pavel and Paul Hynek. Enjoy.
Thank you, Christian. It's an honor for me to sit down for a few minutes with Mr. Paul Hynek, professor of finance and accounting at Pepperdine University, entrepreneur, futurist, author, writer, consultant, and UFO researcher, who is also known for being the son of the father of ufology, Dr. J. Allen Hynek. How are you, Professor? How's it going?
I'm great. Thank you, Pavel. Pleasure to be here.
Thank you, sir. First of all, I guess I would like you to speak a little bit on the Contact in the Desert event. I understand you're going to be a speaker there. What are you going to be talking about? And what is Contact in the Desert for those who don't know?
Contact in the Desert is one of my favorite conferences. It's, each conference has its own kind of flavor or angle, and Contact in the Desert leans into science, not just UFOs, but other related topics in AI, etc. I'll be giving 3 presentations, moderating a panel on 2 other panels, and then behind a curtain for a secret demonstration. I'll talk about ufology 101, which is sort of a primer for the, let's say, UFO curious. And I'll give another presentation on how to demonstrate the objective reality of your encounter so that you can demonstrate that they are real. And my other presentation will be, I call it Bitcoin astronomy, which is the nexus between UFOs, DMT, and Bitcoin.
So you also, I understand you were, or I don't know if you still are, a journalist, a tech journalist, right? You a freelance. You've written a lot of articles.
No, I mean I've written some articles. I wouldn't call myself a journalist.
Okay, but you have written articles, and you also have a book called the UFO Technology Handbook.
Yeah, about potential propulsion techniques that spaceships could use.
Because I've been talking about this for a while now on my.
All right. I missed a few minutes, so catch me up. I want to say hi to Real Alien Hunter. He says, let me grab my coffee first, just to be a little bit more reasonable about how to get my brain functioning optimally for these young people. So he says, the universe is electrical, and your mind is electrical. Your soul is electrical. Your soul and mind is as big as all creation in energy and in your thoughts. Use this knowledge wisely. I will try. Infinite infinities are the understanding of the oldest souls. Join us. Wow, man. Wow, that's beautiful. Thank you, Real Alien Hunter, my compadre. And if anyone wants to let me know what I missed while I was making my K-cup here. Let's see. Is there any? All right, let's just press on, right? And did you guys see? I did post my new art while we're stopped here. Let's see how that's going. Has anyone seen it yet? Someone saw it. Okay. Here, let's share this instead. Oh, Lily Rose Brown. Do I know you? That seems like a real person, maybe. Actress, songwriter, TV, film, animals. Wow, she's got all the right things. Business, dating. Does that mean she's looking to date, or she just is interested in the topic of dating? She's a space host. Hi, Lily Rose Brown. You're my new friend, maybe. Oh, I already follow you. Okay, I guess I know you. I just forgot that I knew you. Thanks for checking out my shit. Let me see if I can remember who this person is. This person likes memes. Okay. I remember who this is now. Hello. Nice to see you again. Very, very nice. What did she say about my new project? Pretty as a picture. Well, that's good feedback. I'm going to like that because she likes me. That's how social media works. It's that easy. I do want to see. Oh, okay. People think it's pretty, but I'm not getting any. See, this is what happens when I don't ask questions. People don't inform me about the nature of reality. They just compliment me sometimes. Oh, this was the same comment that Real Alien Hunter had, and this one is in relation to the broadcast. Okay. Thank you, Real Alien Hunter. You're the best. And there's me looking at me, but I'm like facing the other direction there than I am here for some reason. How interesting. Okay. She likes the extra love. She wasn't creeped out by it being like it's platonic ghost love. So I think we did a good job working on that one. Making friends. Mellow Demon is becoming more palatable as technology becomes more integrated. Becoming more palatable. I don't know what that means. Oh, okay. I think people are talking about me. Let's see what that is. Synchronicity could be a hint towards a larger intelligent system that we are connected to in a deeply fundamental way. Okay, I like that because I like that. Let's see how I get into this situation here. That's why I appreciate the extended mind theory. Oh, this is where we got that whole idea from. Thanks. More coherence there, buddy. I'm becoming more palatable as technology becomes more integrated. Oh, this is because I'm so stupid. I thought he was saying I was becoming more palatable. No, he's saying that he's saying Mellow Demon, comma, this is becoming more palatable. Got it. I hope I've always been palatable. Just gobble me right up. Enjoy the flavors on your palate. Anyone else have ideas about my stuff? Okay. All right, people just sort of vibe with it. That's fine. What's this? Citizen's Dawn. Always dig. He goes so hard in the threads. He makes these threads and they all relate together, and he's a thread artist, actually. Okay, nobody knows. Oh, that's a cop out. Maybe you have to at least guesstimate about it, man. Come on, I gave a question mark at the end. This is okay. Let's see about AJ. AJ likes video games and aliens, so that seems like a pretty good person to me. Can I like his stuff? No, he doesn't have stuff. I can't like him. Okay. AJ, I think people think they know some things about this. You should read the other responses, maybe. Okay, that doesn't deserve a response, unfortunately. Okay. Maybe I'll give him a GIF at least for the effort. Do you think he earned a GIF? Yeah. This is real disclosure, right? Yeah. Thank you. Okay. Let's see what. Okay, that rest of this. This is the one from last night. If you want to check it out. Where does our I didn't respond to anyone's responses on this yet either. I'm terrible at social media. Where does our consciousness go when we die? So kind of a mid-Renaissance kind of thing. I combined various ingredients, some graphic elements. I try not to like explain it all, but yeah, it was fun making this one. This one also started as a sketch concept, and first was the words. The words in the concept always comes first, and then there's usually a sketch. Sometimes I'll just prompt it, and then sometimes the prompting will lead to an idea for a sketch. Just whatever it takes to get it done quickly and effectively. It doesn't always go quickly. Let's respond to some friends real quick here. So the human body. This is Al, not this one Al that we know. The human body stays here and the soul goes on. Okay, I guess, yeah. But then I wrote, because the question is, where does the consciousness go when we die? So I need the where part, please. Thank you. Does it remain intact? Where does it go? He says, the soul goes to what I call the other side, or some call it heaven. Different people call it other names. I had a near death and was on my way there when I got sent back to human side. Can also be called the light. Yeah, not that works, I guess. I just would like some specifics. Like, for example, do we retain our individual consciousness, or do we, when we go to heaven or the heavy side layer, whatever you want to call it, do we all just kind of become separated or part of the singular whole? How do we lose our individuation? I guess is sort of what I want to know. And if we do get individuated post life, are there different quote unquote locations where the different individuals go? Stuff like that. One of my working theories on this is that consciousness is really just the whole thing. It's the base reality, and this whole thing is this construct and kind of simulated type experience that temporarily creates the illusion of separation from the whole for reasons to be determined. I don't know why I would do such a thing. I guess we are nodes, perception, some kind of karma style collaborative learning project. It's hard to tell. Or it's just a freaking random simulation made by some random individual for reasons that are maybe not even important. Okay. Aston. Oh, I got to respond to this. This is very time consuming. Okay. Well, I don't want to tell him that that's not specific enough for me, but I also understand how he could not possibly know the specifics. I guess I can ask him about hell. He brought up heaven. Does this mean we do not? If we all go to the same place, is there any reason in particular to behave ethically? What reason might there be, if any, to behave in, well, what if we all what reason is there to behave ethically if we all end up in the same place? Let him chew on that for a bit. Just getting through our feedback on the timeline, just a normal morning. Sometimes let me apologize publicly. A lot of times I don't have time to do more than just a like, because you see how slow I am at responding. I actually try to think about these things seriously, and it's just a lot of different, sometimes and then the better I do, sometimes I'll have like a little mini viral artistic philosophical success, and then it's like thousands of comments, and then the guilt builds up. I'm like, oh my God, I'm letting all these people down. There's no way through this possibly without failing at something. But that's cool. Oh, cool. We got a new comment from, okay. Yeah, people have responded to this response from this guy also. So it's like there's a lot of things to figure out here. Okay. Who's this lady? We're making friends on the internet. This might be it's a dude. That's a dude? That's a dude. Dude friend. Hey, dude friend. Man City. Okay. There's a hint that it might be a man. And footballogy. Some kind of British person, I'm guessing. Okay. Let's see what this guy has to say. Mine's, does it remain intact? We're talking about the soul and consciousness, I guess. Where does it go? Mine's probably stuck at signals outside Marylebone. I'm guessing that's some kind of like place where footballers get drunk. So I don't really know how to respond to that cultural reference. Do you guys have any suggestions? Universe is electrical is a real disclosure according to Real Alien Hunter. I agree. All right, now I'm compelled to look this up on the internet. I mean, this person made the effort to look at my shit. I can at least be respectful and figure out what he's talking about. Okay, here we go. Let's take a deep dive on Marylebone. Okay, I'll let you guys join the adventure with me. This is how I waste my life. Boop. Marylebone. Oh, see, yeah, he's a UK dude. Okay, I got that right based on his like hat choice. Saint Marylebone. Marylebone is an area in London, England, and is located in the city of Westminster. I'm a big Anglophile, so that's cool. I like this guy. An ancient parish and latterly a metropolitan borough. All right, let's just send him a GIF about being like a drunk footballer. Let's see if that makes him happy. Oh, we lost it. Hold on, I gotta connect this. Why would he lose our little fucking thing here? Hold on. That's weird. Okay, I'll fix it. 1 second. This is some glitchy software, considering it's like so much money a month. StreamYard, you're on notice. Okay. Share screen. Here we go. We're gonna get back into the GIFs. This is one we really failed to think of an original idea. Drunk footballer. Let's see if that works. There's a drunk child playing football. That's kind of weird. See, I don't know enough about this culture to really understand which GIF would be appropriate. All right, I'm going with this guy. That looks like he plays soccer, right? I mean, football. Done. Okay. Friendship reciprocated. Moving on. We got this. It's going to get things done. Pretty as a picture. It is. I think it's very nice, isn't it? You know, aesthetically. I was contemplating using AI art for my new album I'm going to release. And it's like, is that bad? Michael Fantano, you know, was talking about the other day how maybe I'll bring up the video how fucking hair how how I'm really having a slow start today. I think it was all the edibles I had last night, in all fairness. But yeah, do you guys know who Michael Fantano is? He's like the busiest music nerd. You know, he's like the greatest online music reviewer and historian and analyst, and he's also a musician. But he had a cool little show yesterday about Julian Casablancas has that band called The Voids. You know, the guy from Strokes, fucking awesome guy. But he used for the first time AI generated, not whole cloth generated, but kind of like collaboratively generated, like most of the stuff I do, art, right? And so Fantano was going on a whole, you know, beautiful rant. He's a very smart guy. It'd be great to talk with him. He's one of my heroes, actually. But his take on the he doesn't think that wealthy, successful rock stars should be using AI art for their album covers, like pay real artists. And I agree with that. If I would either make my own, and if I can do well enough, and if I had a budget, I would certainly, you know, if I was a freaking literal rock star, you know, I would pay people to do it, you know. I'd pay people to do it even if they were using AI. So I think they probably paid someone. But point being, I'd use real hand-drawn art as much as possible. But if I didn't have a budget, then I think AI is a great tool, so you can make something that's really cool and creative on a very low budget. And I think it's okay for Julian Casablancas to be able to experiment with the new technology and the new art form tools, right? So I don't have as much of a problem. Although the main thing that Michael Fantano brought up that I do agree with is just the sort of ethics of how these language model based art tools, you know, work, and how they kind of reshuffle the visual references of other artists without compensating them at all. So that would be much more ethical if they were compensated, or there was a more ethical way for artists to get credit and opt in or out to participation. So, but that said, I mean, this is the way the world is right now. And while we should be trying to change it, you know, it is a tool of art to be used by those who want to. And I don't think it's really right or wrong. It's just how it's done, in my view. So anyway, this was hand drawn initially to get the composition. It was my idea that initiated it. And it's like, you know, would it be unethical for me to use this as, you know, some album art or for a single? I could probably come up with something better hand drawn anyway, but it would just take a while. Maybe I'll do a hand drawn version of this next. I mean, this is the cool thing about it, because it's like, cool, now I've seen what it looks like when I start with the sketch, and then it's very time consuming, try to like blend and do all these things to get it to prompt these, you know, details, you know, and colors and textures and 3D things, which is really not efficient right now. I think it will be made better soon. But then I could now I'm like, oh, I've seen this. Now let me try doing a completely hand painted version. I mean, why not, right? Whatever you can imagine. I think it's all about just staying on top of it. I have a whole philosophy about why I think what I do could potentially be considered at some point, you know, at least some of it, fine art. It's just a tool after all. It's the artists and how they put it all together, and what I refer to as, you know, the coherence narrative, and how that tracks over time, how the collections and bodies of work reflect the philosophy, the intentions, the internal emotional state of the artist. So suck on that, Michael Fantano. You're acting like an old, unintelligent old man compared to me on this, but same time, I want to make you proud. So I think it'd be okay, though, by your standards, if I were to use AI art, because I don't have the budget to pay someone who could do something of a comparable level, right? But the Strokes would. But even then, if they chose not to, they're the artists. They can do whatever the fuck they want, Michael Fantano. So you know, with love and respect, fuck you, dude. You know, you're wrong on this. You know, so I heard you talk about what's the dude? You know, Damon from Blur, who's, you know, gorillas, and he described the genius of how he used some kind of sample from some old like toy synthesizer, right? And he defended how that was art because what he did all around it. So you need to stop being such an old man on, you know, yelling at people on the lawn, and think a little bit more deeply about the new tools of technology and the use cases of when they can be ethical and when they can be fine art, in my opinion. Oh, hey, we got Nemo here. Trust your gut. You've got this. Thanks. I'm trusting my gut, but also, you know, sort of articulating the details matter. You know, that's why I like to talk about these things. You could crowdsource it. There's a bunch of good NFT artists who want to network. Yeah. Thanks for bringing up the NFT thing. I haven't done it yet, but I've been considering it. There's certain things that I will, you know, I will dip my toe in more. I've been in some like my art has been in NFT art festivals, which have been really cool. But so far, I have not made them into NFTs to do that, which is not to say I will forever be opposed to that. But I think it was partially because I was lazy, but also because I wasn't sure, you know, how it would reflect upon me with the volatility of that market. You know, not all projects are unstable, though, as I'm learning. There are ways of doing it better than others, but perceptions do matter. And I would not do it in anything that relates to like the scientific related research and documentaries I'm making, or anything involving ufology, for example, because there's already so much stigmatization against it. You know, if anything, what is most important is to build a new kind of level of integrity, both to the journalistic standards, the scientific, you know, quality of the work being done, and just the overall professionalism of it. So, but at the same time, as I mentioned before, Nemo, all the technology behind it is essential and relates to a lot of the projects I'm doing. Using blockchain to protect and present information to people is brilliant. So I don't give up on it. It's just complicated. If I was just trying to if I wasn't trying to do these, if I didn't have a philosophy that I earnestly try to make as useful and authentic as possible, if I wasn't trying to open people's minds to the more fringe things that have been, you know, systematically suppressed, you know, and kept from gate kept, and, you know, there's the whole truth embargo thing. So if it wasn't for that, I would just be playing around and excited about it. End of rant. Good to see you, Nemo. So yeah, I'm just going to try to respond to a couple more of these things before I forget. I don't want to be rude to these peoples. Yeah, okay. I want to get back to Wake, who had a cool comment on this stuff, tying the research we're doing on Paul Hynek and his father and family. As you can see on the screen, he shared something from Mike Duffy. Synchronicity could be a hint towards a larger intelligent system that we are connected to in a deeply fundamental way. Oh yeah, synchronicity was our topic yesterday, right? That's why I appreciate the extended mind theory, okay, which I looked into, which I definitely appreciated as well, which suggests our cognitive processes aren't confined to our brains. Yeah, this is like kind of standard in our community to think this way. It's not mystical. Right. And this just relates once again to my new chapter I'm writing for my epistemology, which is this new concept that I'm workshopping and I'm calling ideal realism, a sort of synthesis of the sort of Socratic concept of idealism being the sort of fundamental framework of reality, and then the kind of Kantian sort of more modern take on realism being the primary framing for reality. I think it has to be both. I think it's this kind of scientificism, not modulation, but siloing, breaking down of things into separate modules, instead of realizing, or at least considering, the possibility that everything is part of the same stuff inherently. And then Wake said, Mellow Demon, this is becoming more palatable as technology becomes more integrated, more palatable. Yeah, I think there's more and more ways to track this, some of which I kind of allude to, but I'm not allowed to talk about publicly yet, where there's some mainstream scientists and also fringe scientists that I know separately who are showing a lot of data with the new types of technological sensors. There's many ways, whether it's what we call paranormal, or what we call or what some consider to be extraterrestrial, what we refer to as UAP, what people describe as the Greys and other drone-like beings. All in the consciousness of these perceptions that relate to these experiences. There's actually ways to use the technology to sense these things, and it could be done on a massive scale, and it wouldn't even be that expensive now. It's not only available technology, it's increasingly inexpensive and easily accessed technology, these sensors, some of them anyway. So thank you again for sharing that. And then we have some spam that says, I don't think it's spam, it's rather scientific. Mystical is simply a different word we use in a different time. I think they can mean virtually the same things to people growing up in different times. Yeah, it's all relative, right? Mystical is just science, that has not been figured out yet, I guess, right? And, this art that I made, it's not quite good yet, but this concept that's been, bouncing around in my head of, how consciousness is the bridge between spirituality and science. They're all essentially an overlapping cross section that is so perfect it's simply a circle. But we just don't know how to understand that yet, or maybe we do. Maybe some people who run society understand how to do it, but they don't want the rest of us to make that connection. Cool. I like your thing, Carter. Unclassified. What is this from? I wonder. What our world calls science is what your world calls magic. Gravitational mass, energy, consciousness, universal gravitational constant, speed of light. And it's a pyramid. It's always a pyramid. I love it. But it's one of those like triangle bottomed pyramids, not a square one, if that matters. Japan Psychotronics Institute. Anyway, and let's ask this guy. Oh wait, where's this from? I want to know where this is from. It's classified, approved for release. Marvelous. Where is this? So it's Japan's. All right, not my greatest tweet, but at least I'll get the idea. Wow, Japan. Psychotron. The Japanese were doing some badass stuff back then. We thought they were going to take over the world with all their with Sony Discmen and stuff. And they're fantastic vehicles. Their economy kind of had some issues, sadly. Wow, and they're very small territory. Wow, Japan Psychotronics Institute. Okay. See, I'm trying to be a little bit more responsive on the timeline. Philosophically, there's a reason. The algorithmic timeline is kind of like my foil. It's sort of like my bad guy I fight against. I want to improve it, though. I love the timeline. I just think it is the primary thing that has destroyed our civilization. But it has the potential to fix it. Beyond our wildest dreams. I'm actually not sure about that. I'm trying to make a whole new social media thing, which is one of my kind of passion projects. And I'm going up and back. Like, do we just fucking take away the timeline? It's just like how do we if we take it away though, what do you replace it with, right? Is it just going back to the sweet old days of MySpace and Friendster, where it's like you got to like seek people out? It's like their accounts are kind of like little websites that are all linked in a greater social media construct, but it's not like we have this kind of manipulation of the algorithmic timeline, the newsfeed. I like aspects of that. I like bringing people together. It kind of gives the sensation of the international town square that I aspire to and that I use in Spaces all the time to its full potential for the first time in history, I think. It's the first time, at least, there's been an entire philosophy constructed this way, live and recorded, and with people from all around the world. So I like that. But that's not, the timeline can help bring people there, right? But I couldn't build a philosophy on the timeline. It would just, you can't accomplish much of anything there, right? At least not cohesively, unless you want something to just be a flash in the pan, like meme, right? That does not have the depth and contextuality required to do anything of value. So do we get rid of it, or what do you just make it a lot better? Like, there's a million ways to fix it because it's so shitty right now, right? You could simply add a little click setting that allows you to view it in linear order, right? Because as of now, as we all know, we see it in reverse order as it just gets spat out of the factory. It's like, oh, you want some shit to distract you with, to make you angry, to further divide the singular celestial. Got it. I have a sinus problem. Singular celestial consciousness. So So, one just instant, easy improvement, not fixed necessarily, but improvement. Click. Okay, now you see the timeline in order. So you want to see someone's tweets. Oh, now they can start doing tweets that are the natural coherence narrative of their actual thoughts in context over time, and not like living in the movie Memento, where you maybe have to like tattoo little notes all over yourself if you want to kind of remember who you are and why and what you might be doing, if anything at all. And by the time you piece that together, you haven't accomplished anything. So, and that's by design, right? Okay, let's get some more comments. So some people just like my shit. I don't have anything to say about it, which is understandable because I didn't make it a question, so that's fine. Who am I neglecting now? Okay, hold on. There's some, because I didn't respond. I got at least respond to the quantum theoretical physicists and philosophers. Otherwise, I'm just being rude. Here, let's give this guy a little gift. He doesn't deserve a thoughtful comment, but he's a compadre, so we're going to at least be silly. I hate these gifts. All right, we're gonna give him some Farley. I think that's what he deserves. Bueno. All right, it's a little mean, but hey, at least it's engagement, and that's all people need sometimes. Okay, here's our friend Emergent hashtag. Truth comes true as if you dreamed it as a child. It's how long does it take to cook? Poetic. I don't know what that means. It definitely deserves a like. Thank you, Emergent. Okay. Oh, this one. Yeah. I kind of like this one. Do you like this art? It has a graphic thing. Part of the reason okay. So I drew the composition for a particular reason. The initial sketch, right? And I wanted these angles. So this, I've been trying to make visual representations that I can use for the illustrations of the coherence narrative that tells the story of algorithmic jiu-jitsu. We're in Act 2, by the way. So yeah, this is a good depiction for me of a couple things: thinking without thinking, and the most important aspect, what I refer to as the super objective, right? And for me and anyone else who wants to try this out, or they can think of their own, it's to find and share as much truth as possible until the point of death, and there beyond, should the opportunity present itself, which we should try to believe that it will, because that might increase the chance that it will. But you can't believe so much that you're fucking up the data, So that's why I say, if possible, if the opportunity presents itself, right? But yeah, you can see that's why it has that kind of like angular linearity, because it's really about having it be concise, one sentence, efficient. It has to ring true to you, otherwise it's not going to be useful. But so far it seems to work for everyone. If it doesn't work for you, we'll talk about it. I think it's in the realm of possibility that people could have different super objectives, right? But it's also possible that there's only one and it's universal. And we're still epistemologically doing field research on the topic right now. For me, it's been helpful. All right, let's get to our friend Emergent. So it's called "What Type of Energy is Generated by Our Thoughts, and How Does It Change Reality Over Time?" So I'm not getting an answer to that. He's saying truth. I'm not asking about truth, right? Comes true as if you dreamed it as a child. It's how long does it take to cook? I don't know what that means. This is why I spend so much time on this, because I don't know what that means. So how do I respond to it? Is that like a Breaking Bad reference about cooking? Children cooking meth? That'd be nice if they had a GIF of children cooking meth. Let's take a look. They might, because that's probably the appropriate response if they have it. Okay. Children cooking meth. This one kind of sums it up. I think you might be insulted if I do that. Oh, I won't do that. Please do not ingest Lysol. I think you might be insulted by that too. I can feel the chemistry between us. Okay, I think that's a safe one. I'm going to use that one. Okay. All right. So the art of the appropriate GIF is there's a lot of nuances to it. It doesn't always work out though. Sometimes people block you because they don't like your humor, back to friendship building on the internet with your host, Mellow. All right. We got that guy serviced. As above, so below. That's a classic reply. Let's see what Steve has to say. Okay. Oh, yeah. That actually pertains. Okay. Oh, this is the yesterday one. If you haven't seen it, please check it out. Where does our consciousness go when we die? Right? It's like a genetic dead people tree thing. As above, so below. Right? That works. That works. Okay. This is from Steve, who likes the rainbow flag, aliens, living long and prospering, and kitty cats. Seems like a pretty nice individual. LGBTQ. Oh gosh, I'm so not up to date on this. Like, can you help me decipher what that means? It's L, but with like inches. G with inches, or is that quotation marks around the G? Here, I'm like, all right. Should I try Googling this? I'm gonna have to educate myself as what this means. Okay. I'm not like very knowledgeable on the terrestrial affairs, as you know. Okay. That appears not to be a thing. Okay. Intersex, asexual, or their allies. Okay, that works. So, okay. Oh, I see. So I think it's quotes around the G for gay. So maybe it's like the implication, it's like not the happy version, maybe like a sad gay person. I don't know. But I appreciate you checking out my shit, buddy. I'm gonna like your stuff. I don't know what it means, but I like you. Imagine if we listen to one another. Well, I can vibe with that. Okay. Seems like a nice guy. All right. And I like your thing. Oh, look, Red Panda Koala. He's one of my friends. He's going to be on the podcast. He actually knows things about it. He's a real researcher of ufology. He makes literally my favorite documentaries on ufology on the interwebs. So, yeah. And he's like a little computer man. He's actually pretty tall. He's a tall computer man filled with UFO knowledge. All right. I think I'm going to have to resort to more gifts on this one. Let's see what kind of gifts are available for as above, so below. As above. I try to make art about this with AI, and it doesn't really do a great job. I'm working on like a hand-drawn version. What I do, because I'm kind of doing it like a Rorschach. It's going to be cool. Like these things I try to prompt. Some things I just cannot prompt into these, AI models. And which is good because it makes me still like do it the old-fashioned way, But I have a good idea. It's like a Rorschach with above, so below, which I should make a note about before I forget to actually finish it. Rorschach. I always spell that wrong. As below, so as a take two. As above, so below. It's gonna be dope. I want to animate it too. Maybe it can be the animated opening sequence for the DIY disclosure Discord, because one discloses and discovered through Rorschach. And to my knowledge, I pioneered fine art animated approach to having the coherence narrative eternal present tense version of it's like a moving Rorschach, but self-created instead of just reflecting upon the ink created by another. This is actually where I got the process of creating this art for way too many hours. Is where I got this whole concept of the eternal present tense, by the way. So let's see. As above. Okay, that's not what we're looking for. As above, they don't get the reference. Hold on. We need more like spiritual people on these gifts. Okay. As above, so below. That's more like it. I can't really see this one. Let's check it out. Oh, that's not that good. That's all you got. This is how we spend all of our time on Twitter, by the way. Stupid fucking gifs. Just give me something normal. Yeah, this is a I'm not cutting it, I'm afraid. Oh, great. I'm going to have to actually think of a response, aren't I? That's fine. Ooh, girl, please, you need to stop lying to yourself about me. I can't really do that. All right, giving up on the gifts. But that's not, these people need to like answer me more thoroughly. So I asked a question, where does our consciousness go when we die? So it goes above and below? It goes above? Are we below? I don't know. I don't think that relates to this actually. All right, let's see. Generic consciousness gift, please. These suck. Oh, maybe some karma. I'm surprised no one brought up karma. That's like a popular thing to consider. I really spend way too much time on these things. Well, hello there. I'm Karma. You suck. This is all they got on Karma? This is very, very substandard Karma memes. This is all we got for Karma. This is why I always end up making my own like art and ideas, because I just don't like what already exists usually. Just like, that's what there is. The whole world came together and this is what we have so far. I don't like it. I'm going to use this though. It doesn't really make sense, but this is at least a good cartoon. I want to watch it. I don't think people will take me seriously though if I gif like this. Yeah, but I don't think that really serves the topic. But look at this weird furry like bipedal unicorn lady. I like her. I like this character too. The ostrich. It's very like just was she's like throwing money? Like what the fuck? Okay, I can't use this unfortunately, but I will remember that exists for some other kind of thing. Come on, give me some fucking Karma like gifts that aren't ridiculously okay. I'm just gonna stick to this one. This is fine. Okay, lowering my standards. Such as the such are the demands of the algorithmic timeline. Sadly. Okay, we got some more people weighing in on the new art. Cool. This is Jane LFG. I think I met recently. Who follows me? I haven't followed you back. Sorry. Well, I will get around to that. Hello, Jane. Come on and look around. I have many interesting reposts from visionaries and, of course, my own visionary posts. I can support that. That's a nice picture. I'm going to Therapy Bites. I like therapy. I like that. Okay, just showing some love. I like what I like. She says, I believe that. Okay, I wrote, we are the cosmos evolved. I believe that we are infinite evolving energy flow states. Hell yeah. That's what I think too about it. That's my working theory. I'm guesstimating that to be true. I wonder if the audio is still working. Yes, it is. Hello. Hello, people. It's pretty with like little stars and shit, right? Would that look cool like on a shirt maybe? Like a black shirt? Like, I know someone who is an amazing model, by the way, who hopefully I can get to model the shirt when I make it. That'd be pretty fun. Maybe a dress. I can make a bigger version. I don't know. The longer version. It'd be like a full body. No, that'd be weird. I don't know. It has a graphic nature to it, which I like. It'd be nice if I could somehow, I might have to edit it a little bit for fashion purposes, but I think we're onto something. It would also make a really cool pattern. You know what I'm saying? Like using, I don't know. I'll figure it out. Okay. Oh, another nice response from her. We are infinite evolving energy flow states. Maybe we should like prompt that because I think that's really cool. We are infinite evolving energy flow. These things usually end up generic, to be honest, but I like the concept, so I'm going to write it down because it might spark something more specific down the road. It'd be cool. I got to figure out if there's a way I can connect my iPad as a separate camera input screen capture, because I want to kind of show you this Rorschach approach I think pioneered to making my animated art. And I kind of just get into it. It's like a flow state thing. So I usually channel weird philosophy ideas at the same time. Okay. So we are infinite evolving energy flow. Here, maybe I can make her some quick AI art that I can send back to her. Let's see. Oh, you can't see Midjourney. Oh, wait, you can see Midjourney if I go like this. Okay, I'm learning how to do this. You have to just do everything in Chrome, basically. Let's connect to this. Share this tab instead. Okay, can you see my Midjourney? Oh yeah, you can. Have fun. Can I make this bigger? Can I can do it all these apps. Is there a way I can get rid of this part so I can make this part bigger? Let's find out. You can see all my friends there. Huh. Well, okay, I guess it's not possible. Should be possible. It's not. If I were to redesign this interface, which I think it needs help, I would do that. You can't even pop it out. Can I pop? Oh, wait, maybe I can pop it out. Profile note, close DM. Why not just make it a separate little window, right? Wouldn't that be much better? That's what Apple would do. They would let you just fucking pop this shit out. I'm saying, you know. Okay, coffee's kicking in, and now I'm warm and stuff, so I'm gonna do a little striptease for you, nice ladies and gentlemen. Okay, we're back. So, yeah, that was kind of the last version. I was trying to change the background, but it made it look worse. So now let's prompt this phrase from our friend to see if it inspires something useful. These things tend to be really vague looking, by the way. And not to demystify things too aggressively, but here, what I like to do, I like to sometimes throw in a little bit of Botticelli, because, he made that really sexy Venus depiction, I just like the characterization and the shading and the graphic appeal and the realism. One thing that's nice when you're kind of just throwing loose ideas around this way is you learn how to spell all the names of artists. If I were to take the AP art history exam now, I would have much better spelling than when I took it back in high school. Ugh, why am I getting President Biden things? I don't follow any of the presidents or people. No, thank you. Thanks, but no thanks. Okay. Yeah, see how generic this stuff comes out? This is why I don't do it this way. Some people are like, are the titles of your artwork the same thing as what you prompt? No, then it would look like this crap. Everything just looks like this stuff, basically. All right. Okay, that was useless. Let's move on. Let's move on to the GIFs. Oh, Alex is awake. What up, Alex in the UK, I think. He's a nice guy. We are infinite evolving energy flow states. That's so true, I think. Yes, I do believe. Yes, do. Thank you. I do think you are. Yes, I do think but what was I going to ask about the infinite flow? We are infinite, flowing, evolving energy flow states. I guess my follow-up question would be, where the evolution of the cosmos is the concept, right? But are we the most evolved evolution of the cosmos? do you think we are the most evolved evolution of the cosmos? Because the Greys, no offense, they don't seem to be like that much more advanced than us. In some ways, slightly less advanced, maybe not even alive. No offense. I'm just talking about the data and what it suggests. So we could be the most evolved, but probably not. It seems like the universe and universes have a lot of beings present within that have been around much longer than us. So, maybe those sexy reptilians are more evolved. Maybe the paranormal world, has some beings that have been around eternally because it's like an afterlife scenario, and because of that, they made good use of their eternal lifespan to evolve more than we have on an individual level. So let's see what our friend Jane has to say. Yes, I do think you're correct. Let's just get rid of that part. Straight to the chase. Do you think we are the most evolved evolution of the cosmos? Let's add a in there just for dramatic realism. There's that. I think that might be a good follow-up art project too. Are we the most evolved evolution? No, it's too much detail. Okay. It's a good concept though, but not a good art title. Okay, got some. Oh, very nice. Thank you. More from Jane. Jane's really on a roll. Vibrational energy. Okay, so this is what? Oh, this is from the other art project. What type of energy is generated by our thoughts, and how does it change reality over time? Oh, we got more from Nemo. Oh, hey, Emergent. I'm sorry, I've been ignoring the streaming chat. Jane's in here. Hey, Jane. Cool. Wow, I've been missing out a lot. So sorry. Let me scroll back here and catch us up. Wow, you guys are really engaged with each other, at least. And thanks again for Dead for being the first person that noticed me somehow on Twitch. I've never even popped in there once. So you're probably a bot, but I still appreciate you. Okay. Yes, thank you again for that update. Fractals. Yeah, fractals. Fractals are where it's at, baby. The infinite Matryoshka doll situation. Trust your gut. You got this. NFT conversation. We got through that. Make something I can link. I'll water the garden for you. Oh, thanks, Nemo. All right. I can give you like a visual art thing that does not directly tie into any of my humanitarian and or nature of reality investigating projects. I think that would be this. I have like some a fashion, just pure fashion products, for example, that we can do that. Okay. Okay, then we have our compadre, Real Alien Hunter, who we love. He says, it is all separate but together at the same time. Right. This is what I refer to as the singular celestial consciousness. The singular collective is really the whole thing to me. And there seems to be a lot of scientific data and theories. Everything seems to support that possibility, let's just say. Nothing yet seems to support that not being a possibility. So it's my work in theory, It's how I do my ethics. You should never do anything to self-cannibalize the singular collective celestial consciousness. If you just only take on, projects and initiatives that do the corollary of that only help all planetary life, right? All of a sudden, you're not, distracted by all the petty terrestrial affairs, everything that the timeline incentivizes you to do, right? The algorithmic timeline. You're not participating in any form of genocide, even on a small level, even stochastically only, even just against a certain number of people. No, we're not self-cannibalizing at all. And then it's like, wow, look at all the things you can do that fall into that stoic circle of influence, right? There's way more things than I will ever have time to do in my own lifetime, which is why I created the collaborative humanitarian hive mind called DIY Disclosure. And then from the good times and projects developed there, I felt it necessary to create the podcast. We have another episode tomorrow called DIY Disclosure. So, but if that shit all turned out to be wrong about the singular collective, let me know, because I got a lot of things, in the works based on that working theory. Okay, back to the beautiful people with their beautiful comments and ideas. Nemo says, not sure why that makes me think of the original meaning of Gollum. Oh wait, did I miss something first? The yin and yang. Okay, that's funny. I know a few people doing really cool things in Japan right now. They're an indomitable people. Yeah. Oh, that's right, from a half hour ago, right? Yeah, I'm a big I make kimonos, and not to virtue signal too aggressively, but I love Japan. I haven't been there yet. I'm a little jealous. A couple of family members are going there separately. They're meeting up. It's been my dream to go there, not there. So maybe they should have invited me. But I really want to go to Japan. I'm a huge, fan of Japanese art, music, and anime and manga. My favorite being Attack on Titan, currently, which is, speaking of terrestrial affairs, is I think the greatest form of any type of art or philosophy that looks at this idea of eternal war and genocide and the Holocaust and the endless rinse and repeat dynamic of us trying to murder each other on a massive scale, and how no one ever wins and no one ever comes out, ethically pure, obviously, or more, everybody turns into a monster in that scenario, which is why I don't participate in that system. I only take on projects that at least attempt to improve upon it, and not improve upon it, but to transmute it. It's not an easy way to make money, though. It's okay. When the reflections become so clear, the only way to process it is to expand your soul in every dimension. Gosh, you guys are so fucking smart. Okay, yeah. Hello, just got here. Jane, hope you're still here. You're doing some great comments today. I appreciate you. Nemo's like going, rainbows display a whole spectrum and spectra don't categorize well. Right. It's a gradient, right? It's a gradient. It's not separate things. They're all parts of the same spectrum. As above, so below is a weird position to take in natural philosophy. I'm glad you said it. I was struggling with that response, as you may recall. 8 displays it symbolically. What's 8? I see. But leaves it to the reader to recognize the inherent hierarchy present in the underlying perception that gives order for recognizing the symbol. Nice. This indicates predicate logic and first order logic at the same time, which is difficult to put on display. Yeah, Nemo's freaking smart as fuck. Okay. Reflections on the water seems a good first step, but what do you want to communicate with the reflection? Do I have water reflection? Okay, you're just talking about, right, got it. In terms of creating a better hand-drawn version of the sort of Rorschach. So it's not water, it's like the crease in the paper, but it's a simulated one in my drawing I'm working on. Try Dharma, okay. Pony girls are not the message you're trying to send. Yeah, I didn't go with it. It's just a funny gif, wasn't it? Jane's Way. Yeah. Yes, they are. Jane's Way. We'll get everyone interacting. This is like real streamer bro kind of vibe. I love this. 8 is infinity turn 90 degrees either way. Yes, and our friend Crow has a lot of interesting things to say about that, about how the the infinity symbol and the Mobius strip, it's all like kind of the same thing, but just looking at it from different levels of dimension, which is pretty sweet. And I guess that relates to the geometric unity and sacred geometry. Not necessarily how Terrence Howard sort of LARPs about it, but the actual truth behind it, which is quite important, I think. Maybe you just need a longer, more specific prompt. Yeah, you're probably right. Ants are hard to describe in terms of human concepts. Individual ants don't really exist, but collectively, a colony of carpenter ants is smarter than most humans. Right. Ants are hard to describe. Individual ants. Do they not really exist at all, though? I mean, hardly. I think that's a really good analogy, and that's kind of, we are a hive mind right now. We are a flawed hive mind. We're not like a super efficient one like those adorable little ants and their little colonies, but through the internet, we are certainly a hive mind, and hive minds are good potentially, or very evil, but we can make a very good one where we do have our own autonomy within the hive mind. We can exit the hive, like maybe have more autonomy than ants, for example, who get lost. But yeah, the singular collective is sort of the theme we're talking about, and how to optimize it for based on the ethics of my philosophy. I would say, to help all planetary life, or all celestial life eventually as well, if we can really, access the greater framework of reality, right, as well. I think we can. Let's just baby steps, Okay, we got some more responses here too. Okay, I'm trying to keep up with all these brilliant. Oh, we got Nima back here. One ant is about as conscious as 1 a.m. radio alarm clock, about the same amount of signal processing going on. Interesting. I wonder what the ant would have to say about it. Probably not much, seeing as there isn't much going on consciously based on your assessment. And I don't doubt you, because you're a smart guy. Okay, but I want to look into that more. We had a whole long space. I don't know if Nima was part of it, but about this topic, comparing, various aspects of cognition, consciousness, ego, and such between humans and other animals, and then trying to extrapolate to the more conventional versions of NHI, such as aliens, extraterrestrial, cryptoterrestrials, et cetera, as well as another type of NHI that I quite love, which some people call artificial intelligence, right? And these things are opportunities to reflect upon ourselves, to try to understand the beings around us in our very limited capacity so far to actually do so. Speaking of which, I have a new niece. I posted a picture. She's really cute. So I've been spending a lot of time with her, babysitting and just hanging out. She's a really super smart, beautiful kid, and she's a fresh human specimen. So you got to really love that. It's but she has not learned the names of things yet. So she's one with nature, and I think that some of that kind of rubs off on you when you hang out with babies. And they're a good influence on us, like jaded members of this artificial societal construct. But also there's dogs here, really cute dogs, very good dogs. I'm biased, but they're good dogs. Roxy, my dog, and my sister's dog, Penny. Oh my God. And really cute, a lot of cute little creatures going around here. So I'm exploring these concepts. There's also the owls outside in the morning before the sun rises that I hang out with. So in preparation for open contact with other life forms, I'm just hanging out with the ones that live nearby. Okay, we got more comments here. Oh wait, we got more comments there. Comments everywhere. Wow. Have you ever done any remote viewing? I have, to some degree of success. I participate in our friend Astral Spaces, for example, and I have, time permitting, there's one of the projects in the private project in the DIY Disclosure Discord server that has to do with remote viewing. And I'm so sorry, the guy I met at Contact in the Desert wants to make it and is very capable of making it from a technical point of view. And I've been so busy, I haven't responded to him yet. But we're going to get to that project. And I know there's a lot of genius people in this community. Okay, I can't give away too much, but I think it's going to be a really important thing for disclosure, and it's a humanitarian thing that can also be, as depending how we structure it, quite self-sustaining in a very healthy way. Like there's a way to ethically monetize it, but for good purposes, as per, these are sort of how we do all the projects in the Discord. So if you're interested in that, okay, I can throw it. If you know how to do like development for Android and iOS, it's not going to be that complicated. That, and also we need to do backend. Like okay, I guess I got to explain some of it. We need good data, like professional level data management, right, for scientific purposes. So if you have any of those skills, or you just kind of want to fuck around with us regardless, it's something I'm excited to do, but it can't be just like a me project because I'm a little overextended. Maybe someone else can lead that project, perhaps. Okay, we got another comment. Let's see. This is in relation to where does our consciousness go when we die? From Martin Schmalzried. Sorry if I butchered that. Who is a new person with a nice smile and good facial hair. He likes ET training, blockchain, AI. Okay, so he's in the general parameters of what we normally deal with. He says, when the leaf dies, consciousness splits in two. Individual cells of the leaf consume their individual lives, waking up from the dream of being a leaf, while another part wakes up to the realization it was the branch pretending to be just a leaf. Wow, that's a lot to think about. I wonder what Nemo and Real Alien Hunter thinks about this guy and his thoughts. I'm gonna have to read it again. It was pretty deep. Okay. When the leaf dies, Consciousness splits in two. Might be true. Sounds cool. Individual cells of the leaf resume their individual lives. Okay. Waking up from the dream of being a leaf while the other part wakes up to the realization it was the branch pretending to be just a leaf. It's very poetic. I wonder if he thought of that himself. Yeah, so I get the gist of it, right? In the comments, you guys are talking about this, the illusion of separation. I guess, right? And like, what about this? I made some art about this a while ago before anyone really noticed or cared that I was doing things of that nature, but I still like the art. And it was about this question, about, I can't remember the exact phrase, but something along the lines of, do the individual cells in our body consider themselves to be autonomous to us? I phrased it better, but you know what I mean? Do the cells think they're different from us, just like most human beings think that we are separate from each other and separate from planet Earth and separate from the greater construct of the celestial consciousness? So yeah, I wonder. I mean, you can't really ask a cell what it thinks. You can't really ask a leaf. Yeah, I don't know. Like, and then we have forests that are all networked together with their roots and stuff, all this beautiful, synchronized hive mind dance together. But do they understand what they are? Do they have that kind of consciousness? One would think so. I think that, how you define cognition, at least scientifically, right? Yeah, I wonder what Crow would think. But I would guess that an entire massive forest, or just massive, networked collections of mushrooms, these kind of, that all work together and communicate with each other and have sensors and perceptions individually and collectively. I think they probably get it. You can't really have a conversation about it with them as of yet, but what maybe someday we can. Maybe AI can help us talk to the trees and the forests and stuff. That would be really useful. So this guy's speaking in metaphor, I suppose, right? But it does seem true. Okay, I'm gonna have to just throw out some of my boilerplate algorithmic jujitsu. Oh, you know what? I'm gonna actually pull up that old art that no one really cared about. Maybe I'll repost it, because then he can answer about the cell thing. Let me find it real quick. Twitter. Let me switch to this here. Okay. Where's the little searchy thing? Yeah, so it's like cells. I thought it was a cute little thing I made, but no one really noticed it. Maybe I can make a better version now. Cells. See this? That's pretty baller, right? Do the cells in our body think they're separated from us? I'll just send it to this guy. See what he thinks. Copy link. Back to the other window. Yes. So brilliantly articulated. Clap, clap, clap. Now let's see what he thinks of this thing. Okay. Yeah. A little bit of coherence on the coherence narrative, the algorithmic timeline. Oh, we got some more people here talking to us. 1 second. Let's get the screen on here. Have you done any remote viewing? Yes, I did mention I did do that. And I'd like to know if you guys are practiced in the art of remote viewing and such, and if you've had much success, and what kind of percentage success rate would you say that you have? Have you ever? Oh, yes, she has beautiful eyes. Who has beautiful eyes? Oh, my baby, the baby. Yes. I think we're talking about my niece. Okay. Have you ever self-teleported? I don't think so. I don't think I have done that. Have you, Mr. Real Alien Hunter? And if so, teach me how. Everyone just wants to see you succeed, Mellow. Don't be threatened or get trapped in hero worship. You're the man. Who am I worshiping? I thought I was being I thought I was gossiping more than usual, actually. I don't worship people. All right. I have okay. Don't confuse, just for clarity, revolutionary civility with hero worship. I'm a nice person, but also I think it's the most effective way to get to the truth and opening doors and doing so, right? Through love, energy, and vibes. But if you've listened to my spaces and stuff, I do not suffer fools. And when they have run out of chances, I do very clearly explain why they are being blocked, and it doesn't bring me happiness to do so, but I have to be honest in doing it, and it helps explain why, what the boundaries are when I hold spaces and stuff. So don't worry about that. I don't worship people. I do respect people for their intelligence and accomplishments, but I never jump to the conclusion that they're right. But I can love and respect people even if I think they're wrong. So that's part of what might at some point be misinterpreted as such. But thank you, Nemo. I appreciate how you keep it real, man. I know you got a different style, and it's what I love about spaces, is we can have all these people who not just have different perspectives, information, and ideas, but also different ways of handling things. So like I can have you guys be the bad cop. Like I'll bring in a guest in spaces, and it's like, I know that X, Y, and Z people are going to ask certain questions that are a little bit more hard hitting, and I can keep everything in balance by being more the mediator and asking the hard questions, but not the really hard questions. But when I do my podcast, and I think it's really smart that you're bringing this up, I don't have that kind of collaborative landscape of other people that do the dirty work. And so, yes, I do have to, ask the hard questions myself, and I do intend to keep doing so. But it will be with my philosophical concept of revolutionary civility. And I think it will work. I'm not going to be a dick about it. I'll be really friendly and empathetic, but I think that will enable me to get the answers I need even more efficiently. We'll see. It's a work in progress idea. Yeah, don't worry. I don't worship anything. I don't take anything that seriously. And I mean, I love John Lennon, but I don't worship him, David Bowie, and those people are dead anyway. So worshiping those heroes is pretty not that controversial. But I don't worship anything or anyone. I really don't. Thank you for the warning. I used to know a guy who went by the name Organelle. That's a weird name. He was interested in all the things you're interested in. Oh, what happened to that guy? I hope he's all right. Yes, ... Very, very suspenseful, real alien hunter. Don't know how to remote view. Any suggestions on how to develop that, or is a special random gift somehow? I think everyone has the ability to do it to some extent. And Astral, that's his main focus, and he's knowledgeable on that, and he does really cool spaces where people get to practice it. And there was even a prize last time, so fun. Yeah, I didn't win, but I thought I came pretty close. Brutally honest with a slice of comedy. I love that about you, buddy. I've been told that my brutal honesty crosses the line into cruelty on several occasions. Yeah, at least not towards me, so I appreciate that. But yeah, well, you were traumatized last time, so that was understandable. I'm working on it and appreciate the patience I encounter when I'm in someone else's living room. Yeah, no, it's cool. I've been through that too. And I don't know. I mean, like me being more into drama and being more expressive emotionally could in the short term, like, make me more of like a spaces influencer, not to name names, but a lot of people go the drama route and succeed in doing so. But I think in the long term, it's not who I am, but it compromises my ability to get to the truth. You take sides and you play the politics and you do the UFO civil wars and stuff. What do? You lose access to half of the people. And I know that there's at least some knowledgeable, intelligent people on both sides. And anyway, it's all related to the philosophy of elevating the singular collective. Singular collective, right? You can't have a collective when you're self-cannibalizing and doing tribalism. No offense to the rest of the world who does that. Okay, I'm gonna just this eternal process of trying to respond to people's comments because I'm so fucking slow at it. I wonder if Martin saw my artwork yet. I just, like when sometimes I make these things and only like 30 people notice it. And I'm like, and I spent like 4 hours like in just thinking like, oh, what does this mean? And how do I make art about it? And how do I draw this part? And, and I go through like a million iterations because I get a little obsessive. And then like no one notices. And then I delete it. And then I feel like embarrassed that I had to delete it. And then some people have taken screenshots of these things because they know I deleted it. And then it was some people's very favorite art they've ever seen. And they're like, why'd you delete it? I'm like, Yeah, it's fun. It's fun. Okay. Let's get back to the nice people here. Who is Michelle? Is that someone I know? I don't know Michelle. And her picture is very dark. I think that's a person in it, but I can't tell. Oh, it's not connecting to the right. Okay, wrong tab. Sorry about that. Mute. That's the tab. That's Michelle. You see that there's a person's face in there. Can you see it? It's right. It's right like here. That's if there's an eye. That's Michelle. Michelle's hiding. Hi, Michelle. Nice to meet you. Okay. Okay, I think maybe. Oh, I still haven't responded to Roy's thing. This is what happens. I get. Oh, there's a new person. Hi, the gold guy. Everyone seems to have a near-death experience. I'm glad someone brought up NDEs. That is so relevant to all the technology of the phenomena and the consciousness stuff and my own personal experience so far. I think I didn't know what an ego death was when it happened, but I, in hindsight, realized I did have a very extensive ego death, at least one. That's what made me so weird, I guess. Everyone seems to have a near-death experience. Well, I was straight up dead for a few minutes, and I can tell you from my experience, nothing, absolutely nothing, no sort of awareness at all. No awareness. Okay, maybe that wasn't a real ego death then. I mean, even coming out of the ego death, no awareness. All right, well, send some love. We're gonna look up our new friend here, Michael. Seems like a real character. Look at his hat. He's the gold guy. This guy must get a lot of girls. Look at that guy. He's got gold. He's got like a rugged handsomeness, kick-ass cowboy hat. He's surrounded by gold. Awesome. Okay. He's married. Okay, so don't get too excited, ladies. He's already spoken for, but he's an X-Talk co-host. What's X-Talk? Monday through Friday. Gold miner, married, Army veteran. America first. Okay, I'm gonna like some of the stuff there. Hey, gold guy. I'm a fan of you already. Oh, there's me, my thing. All right, let's follow up about this gentleman's NDE. So where does our consciousness go when we die? So he thinks we just like lights out, right? But then how do lights come back on? Uh-oh. What about your experience returning from your NDE? What was your experience like? What's a verb for to return from an NDE? Nothing. What was your like? Returning from your NDE? Oh, nothing. What was your experience like returning from your NDE? Okay. I do want to learn about NDEs. I do suspect, I do theorize that this is central to all the secret military things being done to children, traumatizing them allegedly at times on purpose to achieve paranormal, psi, 5G printing, manifestation, all these Stranger Things style superhero abilities. But first you got to be like 11 or whatever her name was, 11, not 7-11, and like 11, right? They got to mess with you pretty brutally to unlock your true psychic potential, which seems pretty fucked up and sad. And one wonders, like myself, is there a better way? I mean, I went through my own suffering, but no one did it to me. No government that I'm aware of did it to me. It was an accident, and surgeons did it to me. They fucked me over, but they weren't trying to do it to me. They were trying to like get a good result so they could be rich with their medical products that they did not tell me about. But that's a long story. So, but I guess if you want to like manufacture these results in a timely, fashion, With children, I guess you can't just like wait for something terrible to happen to them naturally and just sit back and watch. You gotta do the evil thing to the children. Yikes, that's not good. And I wonder if it was worth it in terms of our national security or dominance over the world, because doesn't seem like it was that important to me, but we'll see. I don't know. Oh, we got a response. We got a lot of response. Oh, I didn't respond to this guy either. Oh dear. Okay. It's like I'll get like 63 likes on it, and I'll get like 1 million comments. It's like, oh no, I'm never gonna catch up. There is only conscious. Okay, so this is from UFOB. We're not alone. This is the little slogan there. Whoa. Sorry, I ignored you, UFOB. You're like quite a UFO influencer, aren't you? Let's look into this guy. UFOB is 100% convinced that a non-human intelligence is here. View our video playlist via link tree below. From Amsterdam. Wow, this seems like a really cool person. I'm gonna like their stuff. I like people from Amsterdam, and I like their mushrooms that they have there. Ooh, okay. 2 very identical cases in which beings floated around the craft. 1992. This is good. It's good to get like a international like vibe on these things because we get so wrapped up in just the US stuff. Ooh, that is a cute drawing, isn't it? What a silly, whimsical way of trying to show evidence. Okay. I like it. I'm gonna like this guy's stuff. Okay. So he does UFO videos and has like a, let's check out his link tree also. Maybe this guy could be on my podcast. Let's see if he's does interviews. Yeah, this guy has a good catalog of things. Look at the cattle cases. This guy's really organized his stuff nicely. Let's check out his link tree. Reddit. Let's see his YouTube channel. Does he talk to people? Let's get him in a space maybe. I'm going to subscribe to this new compadre and see what he does. Videos. Are these his videos? I think so. He has his little logo on it. Let's see. Does he have a voice? Let's see what he sounds like. Can you hear this right? Does he do commentary? I don't think he does commentary. We do want people who can speak English, ideally. All right, he just has clips. That's fine. Back to the X farm. I need to exercise. Ugh. That's the thing about spaces, like with the voice isolation mode. Like I'm like been exercising, I've been like swimming. I'll just like stick the phone on the side, let the co-host like be like, okay, you take it and run with it for like 5 minutes. I'm doing some laps. A little harder to do all that while I'm like in my little like window, window corner here. We'll figure it out. We shall innovate. Ooh. See, oh wait, share this instead. I think this is very visually pleasing. But I'm biased also because I've tried this concept, like variations of it, like hundreds of times over the last like 4 months, and this is like my favorite version I've made so far. It's so fun to just endlessly iterate and like all the different things you can do, trying different programs. Whether it's hand drawing the initial kind of composition or just doing all prompting, and then in the prompting you could just try, what if I use this word instead of that word, and you can just experiment endlessly, right? And there's a probabilistic aspect of it, which I guess is not to be confused with the concept of like hitting a shuffle button. But because of that, there's like a sort of, for better or worse, a bit of a addictive nature to the process of doing art this way. Like with all successful applications, the like slot machine, it's like, oh, what's going to happen if I do this, right? And people who are AI, coding geniuses and trainers of these models will say, no, it's not shuffling. It's not the same thing as a slot machine. It's some sort of probabilistic whatever. But there is still like you don't know what it's going to get every time you hit the button. And that's freaking fun, right? Okay. Okay, let me just respond to a couple more people. I gotta, it seemed like, as mentioning, not just the algorithmic timeline, right? But also just the timeline of your notifications. Like, there should be a setting. Maybe there is one, actually. There's a button here after all. No. Filters. No, they don't have it. Space Daddy, please, you got it here. But just have an option here where you can switch the linearity of things, because it's like, maybe I want to see what happened all day in linear order. So I don't have to scroll so far down to find some comments from people that I would normally neglect accidentally. Like Roy, who's like an actual person who has really useful things to say about this stuff, I think. Oh, who's this? Is this a man or a woman? Dell, a new friend? I can tell that's a man. What's up, Dell? Thanks for looking at my shit. I'm gonna like your stuff. Oh, he likes Emile Zola. Okay, I'm going. You get some points there, being literate. Todd Morden. Is this guy from a different language? North England. No, he speaks English. Todd Morden. I don't know what that means. I have to look that up. Todd, that doesn't even seem like a word to me. It's a name, maybe? Todd Morden. He's talking about his town. These British people like my stuff, and they just reference some town they're in. Is that just what British people do, I wonder? What does that have to do with anything? Oh, I get it. He's saying, so stupid. Okay, that's take two. We're gonna have to edit this part out of the stream because that part revealed that I'm not that smart sometimes. Okay. So you have to read my question first. Where does our consciousness go when we die? Todd Morton. That's where he lives. And I guess he's depressed living in the UK. I guess it's, there's some issues. They're on the verge of World War III. Very sad. And also, economically, their healthcare is actually like worse than the United States now, if you can imagine that. Ugh. All right. I'm so sorry for you. And living in Todd Morton, Zappa major. I'm going to like your shit, which is also my shit. So we're on the same page there. And I don't know how. Okay, I'm just not going to respond. It's too much of a self-referential thing that I can't relate to. I can just show more pictures of drunk British people. Is that appropriate? I'm gonna not even try that. Okay, we're gonna work our way down to Roy. Don't you worry, Roy. If you're watching, I will respond to your comment probably by tomorrow. Okay, mushrooms. That's a good response. Okay. That is the shortcut, I suppose, right? Where does our consciousness go when we die? In mushrooms. I mean, mushrooms are, I guess, extraterrestrial, it seems. They are not of this world originally. So yeah, talk about a hive mind. We were actually talking about this specific hive mind, that of trees and forests, as well as mushrooms and things of that nature, and how they work together. And they breathe like we do, which is a little strange. Who's Rob? Rob has a nice Starbucks parody thing. Rob likes zombies. You should check out my horror films. What does he think about Terrence Howard? He doesn't comment, so I don't know. What do you guys? Okay, just. Oh, hey, God Sauce is here. Hey, God Sauce. I was talking about one of your smart things earlier in the stream, and God Sauce, you should consider, and other friends like Nemo, like turning on your video camera and whatever, and then I can send you a link, and then you guys can like join these like little live things. Okay, let's catch up on this thread here. Oh, you guys have been chatting on the side, haven't you? How nice. Yeah, don't read this out loud. Okay, I'll stop there. Can I whisper it out loud? I just thought I was going to get to be a sidekick for an amazing set of interviews. I must have misunderstood. It's just one more person who's going to skyrocket past me completely and forget they even knew me in the end, and that sucks. You're kind of spinning there, buddy. Look, I just started doing the podcast. I hardly know how to do it with just me so far, but I do want to. But I did read your many comments in the live episodes, right? And as I just said before reading this, if you want to maybe take a cold shower, get some sleep, and then put a camera on you and a mic, and then I can bring various intelligent members of the community like yourself into both these conversations as well as the ones with guests. That is my intention still. But I do need to just kind of ease my way into it so that I don't have these things be public technological train wrecks, So like in one of these, if you want to turn on your camera and stuff, we could talk now. But I'm not going to try it for the first time with a guest that I only have like, available for like an hour or maybe two, because that would make them think that I suck at my project that I'm doing. So I'm sorry you're spinning, man. You need to sleep, okay? You get this sort of anxiety and self-doubt, which is just you, everybody else thinks you're awesome. So cheer up, buddy, and just, participate. It's just social media after all. It's no big deal. I know you have sadness. I know we all do, buddy. I know, but you're like my a metaphysical guru, man. I need you to be not happy per se, but at least like functionally depressed. Like as a bare minimum. Okay, I know I get depressed too, man. I'm sorry. God, that's someone else's words. I'm allowed to read other people. This is publicly shared, so I'm allowed to say it technically. God sauce or source. I think you could rise above that jealousy and become a happier network management node. Nemo's okay. If you just accept that control isn't real, but subtle influence is very rewarding. You'd be a good teacher if you just stay in your lane and let the students learn instead of having the lessons carved into them. Okay, well, I think you're good at teaching regardless. You just have to not be so sad. That's my main feedback. I have no jealousy. I only want community. Okay, that's good. I have sadness. I feel you. Yeah, it's not useful to dwell on it. To address the cell theory question. Oh, thanks, Jane. Keeping things back on thematic topics of the modern age. To address the cell theory question, check out Lex Friedman's podcast with Michael Levine. Thanks a lot. Yeah, it'd be cool to talk to Lex sometime. Yeah. Let's see who that is. Michael Levine. He's a photographer? That's probably a different one. Michael Levine, Lex Friedman. Is it Friedman or Friedman? It's Friedman. Free will is an illusion. He's a biologist. Michael Levine. Okay. That was from 1 year ago. Let's take a quick look at that. Episode to the podcast. Let's take a look at this guy real quick.
If you are under metabolic constraints, meaning you don't have the energy, right? That
this is a short. Can you guys hear it?
Efficient. That immediately forces you to start telling stories about coarse-grained agents that do things, right? You don't have the energy to, like Laplace's demon, calculate every possible state that's going to happen. You have to coarse grain, and you have to say that is the kind of creature that does things, either things that I avoid or things that I will go towards. That's a mate or food or whatever it's going to be. And so right at the base of very simple organisms starting to make.
I need to make a better logo for my podcast. That looks like nothing good when it's that small,
models of free will, basically, right? Because you see the world around you as having agency, and then you turn that on yourself and you say, wait, I have agency too. I do things, right? And then you make decisions about what you're going to do. So all of this one model is to view all of those kinds of things as being driven by that early need to determine what you are and to do so, and to then take actions in the most energetically efficient space possible, right?
So free will emerges when you try to simplify, tell a nice narrative about your environment.
I think that's very plausible. Yeah.
Do you think free will is an illusion? So you're kind of implying that it's a useful hack.
Well, I'll say two things. The first thing is I think it's very plausible to say that any organism that's or any agent that's whether it's biological or not, any agent that self-constructs under energy constraints is going to believe in free will. We'll get to whether it has free will momentarily, but I think what it definitely drives is a view of yourself and the outside world as an agential view. I think that's inescapable.
So that's true for even primitive organisms.
I think so. I think that's now they don't have, now obviously you have to scale down, right? So they don't have the kinds of complex metacognition that we have, so they can do long-term planning and thinking about free will and so on. But
the sense of agency is really useful to accomplish a task, simple or complicated.
That's right. In all kinds of spaces, not just in obvious three-dimensional space. I mean, we're very good. That the thing is, humans are very good at detecting agency of like medium-sized objects moving at medium speeds in the three-dimensional world, right? We see a bowling ball and we see a mouse, and we immediately know what the difference is, right? And how we're gonna
mostly things you can eat or get eaten by.
yeah, that's our training set, right? From the time you're little, your training set is visual data on this like little chunk of your experience. But imagine if from the time that we were born, we had innate senses of your blood chemistry. If you could feel your blood chemistry the way you can see, right? You had a high bandwidth connection, and you could feel your blood chemistry, and you could see, you could sense all the things that your organs were doing. So your pancreas, your liver, all the things. If we had that, we would be very good at detecting intelligence in physiological space. We would know the level of intelligence that our various organs were deploying to deal with things that were coming, to anticipate the stimuli, to, but we're just terrible at that. We don't, in fact, people don't even, you talk about intelligence to these other spaces, and a lot of people think that's just crazy because all we know is motion.
That was interesting. Okay, so there were some things away. Thank you for recommending that. Yeah, I want to look more into this Levin guy, Michael Levin. You're right. Cool. There's some really loud things going on out there. So yeah, I got to respond to this guy who has a big channel with all kinds of research on it from Amsterdam, UFOB. What's it? And okay, we're gonna work our way down to Roy's comment eventually, as advertised. Just gonna make some quick responses. Would you show your workings on that theory? Says someone. My workings. God damn it, to show my workings? I'm shit. It's a lot of effort. It's just an idea. It's just a title, actually. Just to, yeah. When I say something, when it's like the title of an art project, and I say we are the cosmos evolved, I'm not saying this is a statement of scientific fact necessarily. This is an artistic, metaphorical idea that might be true. That might be true. Well, let's see if we can find some data to suggest this. Good question, after all. I'm ready. Let me. What would I even look up? Do you guys have any ideas? If we were to find something scientific to back up the theory that we are the cosmos evolved. Oh, I'm sorry about your self-esteem, buddy. That sucks, man. You're not that old. I'm always telling you how awesome you are. Like, come on, dude. Like, what are we going to do about this? We had a nice gentleman who was having some major, much even bigger issues than you on our last space. And I got to follow up with him also in the Discord. But yeah, there's only so much we can do for each other ultimately. But I don't know. Try to sleep. Try to exercise, and play outside with the children and animals and things. That helps me. But I created a whole philosophy trying to my definition of philosophy that I use is it's the scientific, methodical approach to finding out in any given moment whether life is worth living or not. So this sounds like to me, being a hammer, this seems like a philosophical oriented question. So, I mean, you can try the jujitsu, man. I mean, it helps some people, like a lot of people so far, and it's really helped me. It's not like a foolproof thing in all situations, but so far it has worked every single time, kept me going. So we can talk privately if you want, but, or you can turn on your video camera. We can talk right here, buddy, whatever, it's up to you. Or you can just do audio, you don't have to show your face. Theo Pagemans responded. Okay. Oh yeah. Okay. So what we're working on now, let me scroll down. Oh. Okay. We're changing the subject, and that's fine. All good. No one really pays attention to this anyway. Look, we talk about these things in spaces anyway. It's not like anything's been hidden. We're just being ourselves. It's all good, buddy. So back to the subject here. Let me find it. Let me get the backup. So trying to respond to some good questions from new friends here. Would you show your workings on that theory? And the theory being, we are the cosmos evolved. So I don't have any data to confirm this as of yet, but it is an interesting idea, right? I mean, I was talking with Roy in my previous space about this quite a bit. I hope I'm getting this right, but I think he sees time and consciousness as emergent properties. So that kind of implies, if that's correct, that there's some sort of evolution oriented. I don't know if I necessarily agree with that, though. It's not really my theory. I'm just considering all possibilities. But it has been at least the conventional kind of theory that there was this Big Bang thing, which I don't necessarily believe in, but some sort of spark, right? And then everything exploded, and then there was this sort of emergence and convergence, things smashing together, things, a development from limited amount of elements to more and more elements, as I guess as the story goes, things congealed into supernovas, and then bigger in the furnace of these explosions, larger, more complicated elements form. So that's sort of an evolution of the material world, right? And then us can't, based on the old school theories and conventional wisdom again, is that, on this particular planet over time, these particles emerged, and evolved into us. So if I were to show my workings on that, I mean, it's just been everything everyone's told me so far, as a theory, without definitive evidence. The Big Bang, if you can take it seriously, has what scientists, astronomers, and such consider to be compelling evidence. In terms of I don't know, there's so many things it's such a big concept. It's like everything so far has been interpreted to imply, at least, that this is what might be going on. So, does anyone have any comments? Let's see. All right. Sorry to hear about that. Should be nourished. Okay, that's good, buddy. Okay, interesting. I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say out loud, so good comments. Real Alien Hunter is like, time and space is BS. Everything is in the now. Time itself is a wave like an ocean. That seems accurate. Time and space is BS. I don't know. Well, according to Roy, right? Time is emergent. Does that make it BS? I don't know. Space is BS. I don't know. I kind of like time and space, but they could be bullshit anyway, I suppose. Someone else on the same substance, which I will tell you if you ask, their room zipped apart like DNA, and the wallpaper was replaced by smiling selfies of his profile image in a grid. I love God Sauce. I wish he would get happy. He has great ideas and observations and experiences. I love God Sauce. He needs to be happy, or just less miserable. This is also good. Emergent is the same. Okay, got it. It's the same. Oh, I don't know how to respond. Oh no, this guy's calling me out of my bullshit. I don't have an entire theory of everything yet. Oh, okay. My workings. I guess I'll just be honest. This is just an. Okay, this is just an artistic representation. My workings. This is just an artistic representation of what many consider to be conventional wisdom. But at least metaphorically, though I do appreciate the metaphorical concept behind it. This is an artistic representation of what many consider to be conventional wisdom. I do not know it to be true. I appreciate it. Okay, I'll take two. I do appreciate the metaphorical concept. I do appreciate this. I do find this metaphorical concept to be quite beautiful, though I do not have any reliable data points to suggest whether or not it is true. Wouldn't it be nice if we get paid to do things like this? We spend our whole day doing Twitter, and it's very, very fulfilling, and it's very informative. But it is quite time consuming. Yes, so we're good. I still have more coffee. We're gonna be fine. I do also have to prepare for Paul Hynek tomorrow. We'll get back to that. Okay, so dude, our new friend Asiado2. What's up, Asiado? Love ya. Says, would you show your workings on that theory, right? And I said, this is an artistic representation of what many consider to be conventional wisdom. I do not find this metaphorical concept to be, I do find this metaphorical concept to be quite beautiful. Let's say compelling. So I don't sound too weak. Okay. To be quite compelling, though, I do not have any reliable data points to suggest whether or not it is true. I hope that gets me out of that one intact. I know people get confused because sometimes I do mean things to be like literal, like scientific projects and research, and others are just like me, like, oh, that's interesting. Let's make a picture out of it. This is why I like having question marks at the end when possible, so people don't assume I'm stating something I believe to be fact. They usually do anyway, though. They're like, why do you think this? I'm like, I asked a question. I didn't say I thought it was true. Anyway. Like ancient alien style. Could it be possible that alien beings were the ones who wrote the Bible and then defecated all over the churches? You know, I guess it could be possible, but you know, that's not a good use of questions. You have to make the questions a little more specific. Yay! Good vibes, buddy. Oh, Hadrian Collider. That would have been smart. I didn't see that yet. Okay. Emergent is the same. When you get a theory of everything, it will only be for a moment. Yeah, no, I'm not. I don't think I'm gonna. I have many theories, but yeah, I'm not gonna advertise them to be true until I can. I never will be able to prove it. So yeah, people get a little ahead of their skis, I guess. Hallucinating like that must be really fun. I can't do that when I've been given trips. It's hyper realistic. Then again, I'm told that my brain chemistry is like someone on an 8th grade, on an 8th of shrooms, sorry, when I'm stone sober or so, whatever. Yeah, I should definitely smoke some weed probably now. One critical moment, raw. You guys are awesome. The beginning is the end, and the end is the beginning. Time is cyclical, circular. Probably. It definitely seems to have always been going on. As Roy says, you know, it's emergent, but it's also, what does he say? You know, it's like, blanking on the word. But yeah, like with energy, right? It doesn't go away. There's conservation of time and conservation of energy, I think, is part of his concept. The beginning is the end. Okay, check out Hadron Collider experiments. I will. Jane, if you're still around, is that part of what would explain the workings of the theory that we are cosmos evolved, or is that related to some other thing we were exploring? Nemo's memeing. Getting paid is so complicated. I know. We shouldn't talk about such things. I know. Just try to, to do what you want and also balance your day job. It's just, it's good for us. It's good for us. Let's not be negative. Okay, we got this. Sometimes in dreams, I think we enter into these cell lives. I'm not sure exactly what that means. That's interesting. You know what? You guys, okay, thank you. I had a theory of everything. It lasted a second, then it changed. Cool. I'd love to hear about it. Seems like our physical body communicates with our cells, and cells interact with our body symbiotic relationship. Yeah, it definitely is symbiotic, but but what awareness do cells individually have that they are part of this greater construct known as our human bodies? Everything appears to, and I've made some art about it, but nothing up to my standards quite yet. Ecosystems within ecosystems within ecosystems. It's it's all the same ecosystem, but there are these like Matryoshka like infinite fractal shells of it going in every conceivable direction. But it is ultimately the same ecosystem. We talk about the ecosystem, like the environment and stuff. It has not been considered in conjunction with the idea of the paranormal realm. Like, is that the same ecosystem? Like paranormal, based on my working guesstimations, is that it's, kind of like Stranger Things, but instead of it being like an upside down, it's like parallel realities on top of each other. That some can kind of see things from one to the other, others can see some things from the other to the one. And is that part of our ecosystem? It could be. It could really be responsible for many things that we don't understand yet, or mistake to be the result of things that they are not the result of. So generally, I think opening up science and civilization and society, etc., to a more holistic look at these things of ecosystems. Okay, we got Jane weighing in. Yes. If we don't take care of the body, the cells die. That's true. Speaking of taking care of the body, it's going to stretch a little bit. I do have chronic pain after all. Moving on. Catching up with our replies here. Okay. Who offers spaces on remote viewing? Oh, Astral. Astral is a really dope dude. And he specializes in that. I think he's like some kind of maybe PhD or some kind of MA, or he's like a psychologist. I think he's like a real person who also hangs with us and does remote viewing. So I'm going to respond to that, miss. Astral. He's the best. Okay. A friend of mine. Really nice guy. I'm going to have him on the pod. I haven't told him yet, but if you're listening, you're coming on the pod. Tom Thompson's going to be there, so he's your buddy. So if it's good enough for Tom Thompson, I think you're going to have to do it too, buddy. Sorry. Yeah, I'll reach out to you about that. I'm a little disorganized right now. Poor Katsas. Okay, we got some new. Okay, wait, we haven't responded to this guy yet. Jeez, I'm always letting someone down. Okay, so this is this one, right? Where is from last night? Where does our consciousness go when we die? And this UFO big awesome dude from I think it's a dude from Amsterdam. Great memories last time. I'll tell you some stories about Amsterdam. There is only consciousness. That is all there is to say, but he keeps going regardless. We are living in a thought matrix based on laws we call physics. Okay, that tracks. But in essence, nothing is truly solid. It is just an illusion. For a SimCity character, the world is solid too. The programmers know better. Oh, he winked at me. That's sweet. I think it's a he. Where? See, I don't know where our consciousness goes when we die. So I don't really know how to respond to these people because I just want them to tell me what it is. But and then here's a response now from Niels 3. Let's see, it's another new person who likes UFOs and weird clown trees that are mushroom clouds. Technology aficionado, amateur futurist, amateur ufologist, pure of heart, dumb of ass. All right, I think I like this guy too. Does he make any original content? No, maybe not yet. That's fine. That's fine. Just a reply guy. I can respect that. And this guy says, "You're right, OFC." What does that mean again? I have to get better at the lingo. OFC, Twitter, Oceania Football Confederation. Probably not that. Okay, slang. Of course. Okay, that's what I thought I meant. Just checking. You're right, of course, but thing is, once your consciousness condenses, solidifies into solid matter incarnation, even if you learn these theories of physics, matter will still feel solid to you as it always has. Still exiting. Sorry, my bad. Still exciting times seeing more people open their minds to this stuff. So you're right, of course, but you're wrong if you're living in this physical reality, then you're actually not right. Yeah, I mean it's our interface, but it's one that does limit us, right? At least almost all the time. Like we can't walk through walls. There's just rare anecdotal variations on that reality, right? I haven't walked through a wall. I haven't seen in person someone do it yet. Like Godsauce, I think, has described he's been aware of such things, and other people like Rick Doty. He broke news. Not that that many people noticed, but on one of my spaces about this time traveler walking through a wall with supposedly cameras and people observing it, from our secret agencies. So I don't know. I want to read this, guys. This is very complicated stuff. There is only consciousness. That is all there is to say. We are living in a thought matrix based on laws we call physics. It's a thought matrix. Okay. Right. Yeah, I mean, it's our interface, but it's like, if we're using the computer, which we all are right now, all of us, listening, talking, messaging, right? We are literally using the interface. We prefer to use a 2D interface. It's the most efficient way that we can get things done, right? If we were to decide we were better than the interface, or just the interface was just not authentic or realistic or real enough, we would not be doing anything on the computer right now, right? What we're going to do, like open up the computer, like get some tools, like start, there's no other way to use a computer. And we created a computer. We created a computer for the purpose of getting things done, having experiences, connecting with people, creating things, blah, 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 right? So perhaps the interface is, at least in some cases, superior, or the only viable option, as per what this Niels theory is saying about once your consciousness condenses, solidifies into solid matter incarnation, very well phrased, by the way. Even if you learn these theories of physics, matter will still feel solid. So it's not only will it feel solid, it will be your only way to exist in a way that matters, or it's the only existence, more or less, that we're capable of. I mean, there might be exceptions. Maybe we can ascend, maybe X, Y, and Z, but we're still going to have to kick ass at the interface. So maybe, just brainstorming, we don't diminish maybe it's not that there is only consciousness. That is all there is to say. It isn't all there is to say. That's why the gentleman or lady kept on writing things after that, because that's not all there is. I take a holistic approach. It's my working, sort of theory and approach to these things. And I like computers and I like computer interfaces. And I think we need better interfaces, and we need to be in control over our interfaces. And we need to be able to decide if we're going to use an interface or not. But if we're not going to use an interface, what the fuck are we going to use, right? You can find the most psychic, genius, whatever, astral projector, time traveler, okay. Is there another way you can fucking use a computer? I didn't think so, So it's everything. We have to master and use everything, and not to say, we are so enlightened. It's no offense, that is all there is to say. Nope. There's everything to say. There's all the people to say it. And then there's also all of our other perceptions. And we need the internal ones, the external ones, the above, the below, the within, the without. All things possible need to be taken seriously and kept in a perfect balance. And if we can't do it all just as single individuals, good thing we're a hive mind, so we can collaborate to do it. And that's my approach to finding the native reality. And now I got to respond to these people about it. It's just a lot to say, It's a lot to say. Okay, let's make friends with this guy. Okay, because this guy's pretty cool. We are living in a thought matrix based on laws we call physics, but in essence, nothing is truly solid. It's just an illusion. For a Sim City character, the world is solid too. The programmers, I'm just know better. Yeah. Okay, let's say the programmers know better, but guess what the programmers use to program? The interface. So maybe I know better, right? But that's not a friendly thing to say on the timeline. I'll just write that with a little wink. Getting down to business. Very slowly. the programmers use the interface to create it. I mean, is that going to be too cheeky? Well, we're just going to respond to that anyway. Programmers are pretty interested in using computers, actually, right? That's more or less all they do, and to their peril, maybe. But maybe they'll touch grass, but they'll still have their phone in hand at least, and they'll still be like pushing the buttons using the interface. So, yeah, I love these interfaces. They're artistic creations, and I don't think we should assume that they are superfluous in any way whatsoever. They're part of the greater whole that needs to be used holistically to kick tons of ass and figure out what's really going on. Okay, I got a message here. There's a lot of good. Okay, thank you, miss. And let's get the right window open here. We got this. What is this? That's not the right window. I need to close some fucking things down, don't I? Okay, closing that down, closing this down, closing that down. Looking for my thing. Oh, hello. Here we are. Let's read the chat. Yep, you got to take care of the body. Wait until the simulation people hear about Maya, the cosmic illusion. Ooh. If a self-reflecting focal point of consciousness awareness, you can become Jack's swollen lymph node. Right. Okay. There's a natural computer that interfaces by thought. It knows everything about anything. It talks in designs and cannot be explained in words due to its advanced designs. Love it. It is a light being interface. Oh, I got to make art about that, Real Alien Hunter. That's beautiful. I want to read that again because I like it so much. There is a natural computer that interfaces by thought. It knows everything about anything. Are we the natural computer, or is this some external thing? We'll get to that. It talks in designs and cannot be explained in words due to its advanced designs. Cannot be explained. Okay. It is a light being interface. I got to write that down. Light being interface. Beautiful. Wonder what that would look like. I made some art about that actually before. Did you see the it's a sort of a subsection of the greater composition, but the one about the combined sort of two societal meme-like ingredients, the back rooms, it's called the back rooms of reality. I quite like that one, but it has these sort of wizards working on these light being interfaces to construct the show for us. It was fun to make. Yeah. Okay. Oh goodness, I'm so slow at this. People provide such thoughtful responses, and I'm like, I can't just blow them off, right? That's rude. Oh, did I spell Astral wrong? Astral. Oh, you spelled the name wrong on this. No, not that guy. Ugh. Hold on, I'll find him. 1 second, I'll find you his name. What is this that thing? Is it just Astral? The Astral, maybe? Let's see. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's the _Astral_. And there you go. Yeah. Say I sent you his way. He's my buddy. He's awesome. Okay. Yeah, he's a really good man, and makes really he's the one who really educated me the most about remote viewing and the community at large. And he's the one who started UFO Twitter Week, which is another great community coming together of minds, bringing in awesome guests and things. So yeah, Astral is a real person. I like him. Okay, I'm gonna get my way down to Roy Herbert eventually. Okay, I got to respond to this guy too, though. He's awesome. You're right, of course, but the thing is, once your consciousness condenses, solidifies into solid matter incarnation, even if you learn these theories of physics, I have to go meet someone for lunch, by the way. Where the hell are they? Oh, I think they're here now. Oh, my niece is here. She's my favorite NHI, right? Oh, no, she's human. I mean, my favorite baby being right now. You're right, but this is once your consciousness condenses, solidifies into solid matter incarnation. Even if you learn these theories of physics, matter will still feel solid to you, as it will always still exist. Yeah, same thing I wrote to this guy applies to this guy. Still exciting times, seeing more people. Very well stated. My approach is to take all perceived and non-perceived realities seriously, and the interface our interface is a thing of great beauty and efficacy, and we can very well stated. My approach is to take all perceived and non-perceived realities seriously. Our interface is a thing of great beauty and efficacy. It is one of many tools to better understand the unseen realities. The unobserved realities too. Well stated. My approach is to take all perceived and non-perceived realities seriously. Our interface is a thing of great beauty and efficacy. Let's stick that at the beginning. Okay. Very well stated. Our interface is a thing of great beauty and efficacy. My approach is to take all perceived and non-perceived realities seriously. It is very well stated. My approach is to take all perceived and non-perceived realities seriously. Our interface is a thing of great beauty and efficacy. One of many tools to better understand our observed. Very well stated. My approach is to take all perceived and non-perceived realities seriously. Our interface is a thing of great beauty and efficacy. One of many tools to better understand both observed and unobserved realities. Okay, and that's my kind of MO on. It's everything, baby. Everything. You just got to use it all holistically, intelligently, honestly, collaboratively. Got to peer review it. You got to, pat it on the butt, tell it you love it. Just be kind to all potential things and resources to help us uncover the nature of reality. He's got the thing. Awesome, Jane. You're doing a great job. And we're doing a great job responding very slowly, but surely. Oh, okay, he doesn't like being alive. I guess that's fine. Oh, we got this is our new best friend. Niels Theory says, in relation to where does our consciousness go when we die? Anywhere but here, lol. I'm so damn done with this human body. Yeah, my body hurts a lot, to be honest. What flawed design? And don't even get me started on humanity. This is a rigged outrage. Yeah, he's got some points. I refuse to reincarnate on this planet as long as there is taxation slavery. Oh, okay. Well, I still think it's pretty good, but yeah, it's we're probably about to nuclear annihilate ourselves and various other things we're going to do to make life hell on earth. So let's not be ridiculous, and say this is a perfect setup we have here. But it's also like it's the Garden of Eden. It's the best we've got, and it's the best we've ever heard of. So it's better than living on Mars, right? Ooh. Let's see, Mars. Let's give this gentleman. He's such a good new friend. We're gonna give him some words and a gift. I mean, we're giving him like the first class treatment because we just adore this new friend of ours. Yeah, that looks too happy. We need like a hellscape on Mars. These are like all Elon approved Mars things that make it seem like worth visiting, perhaps. I mean, visiting, sure. Okay, there's Mars. Oh, thank you, Donald Trump, for emailing me. It's funny, like so many more people like comment than even like my stuff. The comment to like ratio on some of these things. It's kind of funny. Oh, I didn't respond to my new NDE gold guy. But I don't have to. That's okay. Let's get to Roy. Let's stay on track. Thank you, Miss Jane. No, I don't think so. Okay. We got to respond to Jane. She's our new friend. Okay. Do you think we are the most evolved evolution of the cosmos? No, I don't think so. Oh, this one. We are the cosmos evolved. And then our friend Jane here said, I believe that we are infinite and evolving energy flow states. And then I was like, do you think we are the most evolved evolution of the cosmos? And then she's like, no, I don't think so. We are always adapting and evolving toward the higher source of the universe. On the money with your thoughts there, Miss. I like that. Yeah. I mean, sure. It would be weird if we were as good as it gets in terms of intelligence and stuff. But, we have not observed anything better, except maybe octopi, right? But their verbal skills kind of suck. No offense. And their technology is very limited. But I would, I'm working on, making open contact with all life forms as advertised, right? And I got 2 connections now, thanks to the magic of spaces, right? 2 connections to octopi. I forget who it was though. I got to reach out to them. Some lady on the East Coast. Shit. This is the problem. Too many people to keep track of. But I do want to, work my way up to the more and more intelligent life forms. I did used to work a bit with the dolphins for a documentary project on TV. And that was pretty sweet. But yeah, it'd be pretty foolish to assume, right, that we are the most evolved aspects of the cosmos, right? But we don't have any proof, at least that mainstream society has been able to see, that shows one way or another. And all points indicate from our limited perceptions that we're the alpha sentients, baby. Right? Congratulations. Oh, I made something about alpha sentience this week. I think I might have taken it down because not enough people clicked on it. But I thought it was cool artwork. What the fuck did I do for that? I like. Oh yeah, I really like that one actually. It only got like 30 likes. I'll show you what it looks like anyway. Maybe you can tell me why people didn't like it enough. It must be the algorithm's fault. But I thought this was cool. I find it's interesting, like part of the philosophy and just sort of experimentation with sharing these kind of AI collaborative art creations is like what people take seriously and what they don't. It relates to this idea of the coherence narrative, which is essential to all conceptual art and artistic, creation over time. But if I do things that seem more like photographically realistic, people have a harder time appreciating it If I prompt something that's like, painterly and not photographic, it tends to get twice as many likes regardless of the quality of it or the concepts behind it, right? And I'm not like looking down on people for that. I think it's just an interesting thing to observe, right? They just, because like some people might realize, everyone can tell these are AI, at least partially generated things. Not everything on my timeline. I do have other things that are all hand drawn, but the ones that I'm talking about are the AI experimentation, right? And yeah, it's like it's just very postmodern. The idea that like these things are at least in part being generated based on pastiche and bits and pieces of previously constructed references, such as art. And anyway, and then it's just uncanny valley related thing to some extent. But if something seems painted, even though they realize the person didn't actually paint it, it seems more like art than if it's a photograph, I guess. And this is just like an iteration of how technology and art has always worked, right? Like when photography was invented, people did not think it was art, at least initially. When the cinema camera was invented, people didn't think it was art, at least initially, although there were some great examples of art made for both tools, at the time of their creation. So, but if I do something that is like too cartoon-like, that seems more hand-drawn and more flawed, then people also don't think it's art. So, it's like the Renaissance kind of vibe, but not the high Renaissance. Like when they were just getting pretty good at remembering how to do like classical depictions of things from like, the ancient Greeks and whatnot and the Romans. But they didn't quite get it so good that it seemed like it was photography. Like it wasn't like ultra realistic. It's interesting what people value as art. For me, I want to be able to make things that are like conceptual but photographic, or conceptual. I want them to be any kind of thing. That's part of what I find exciting about AI collaborative art, is that as the technology grows, especially, you can make things that look like almost anything to some degree, like in style and texture and medium, right? So, and to me, that should be, maybe in time, as people are educated as to what the true art form can be created in collaboration with this type of medium, is that it is the nature of how it can be, not limited to that which you can create, but only constrained by that which you can conceive, right? That's the purity of the art as I see it. This is why I love it so much, because I've always been a conceptual person, a philosopher, a conceptual artist. And this is pure conceptualism when you're not even, at times, making a single brushstroke, right? I usually do, but you know what I mean? It's weird. So again, this is Jane, our friend here. We are the cosmos evolved. She says she doesn't think we're the alpha sentience. Oh yeah, I was going to pull up the alpha sentience art. Maybe I can make a better version of it that's more painterly. I kind of like the skull, by the way. Oh, you can't see that. Hold on. Oh, you're not going to be able to see any of this stuff. Never mind. I'd have to post it. Sorry. All right, I'll share it with you some other way. I wonder, I think I might have to end the stream. Are people here? Fuck it. Hold on. Okay, Roy, if you're listening, I haven't made it to your comment yet. I'll find it eventually. It's not my fault. I don't design this app. Oh, Martin's full of great ideas. Oh, someone thinks I have it backwards. Oh dear. Oh dear. I think you have it backward. And this is this one. Where does our consciousness go when we die? How can I have it backwards? It's just a question. Remember I told you about how this happens? Christian says, I think you have it backward. It's like asking, where do I go when I log off World of Warcraft? To make a sandwich, maybe? I don't get what he's saying. If that's where you go when you stop playing World of Warcraft, you go to the kitchen, you make a sandwich. How's that backwards? It seems forwards and exactly the same type of idea. Let's see who this guy is. Christian is a public figure. Christian likes whatever that says. Some of the words are readable. Kindness, respect, responsibility. I can vibe with that. He likes UFO stuff. Oh, another British. I do vibe with the British people. I'm such an Anglophile, actually. I like his whimsical cat art. This is a great guy. I think you might have it backwards. It's like, how's that backwards? I don't get it. I don't know how to respond to things that don't make sense. This is so hard. Here, let's just give him a gift because he doesn't make sense. backwards. Maybe we'll find some charming animation about backwards shit. Oh, Forrest Gump going backwards. This is not very inspiring. Oh, okay. Garfield's good. I don't like memes. This is why it takes so long. That one's kind of funny though. That's not backwards though. That's just like. All right. See how hard it is to do Twitter. This is why people should get paid to do it all the time. You have to like use your brain. Brain, as per my new. Did I release? That was yesterday's thing about. Oh wait. No, I haven't released. I have one. Okay, I'm actually working on a new thing about this. Wish I had it now. It could be my response about the brain and energy. What did I do with that one? Did I ever share it? Hold on. I thought I. Hold on. We got this. I have so many tabs open. I feel like such a rock star. Okay. Right. Jane's the best, by the way. Jane, you kick ass. Okay. Mark Rubin, the same place. Oh dear. All these people just feel like we need to keep talking. And I'm like, I already did my response. And now I have to hang out with my niece, if you don't mind. Okay. But I do like your, if you guys weren't so interesting, I would feel like I could escape this prison of our discourse. But it's just too interesting. I'm sorry. I lost it up. Oh yeah. I gotta go to like. Okay, I'm all over the place. This is my bad. What I'm wondering is, this. Okay, what type of energy is generated by our thoughts, and how does it change reality over time? Which relates to this. No, it doesn't. Okay, I think I need more coffee. Maybe I need to get high. I think that's the problem. Then the connections might come together more organically. It's like asking, where do I go when I log? How is that backwards, though? Oh, cool. But how is that backwards? I think they should just answer the question, explain what happens after we die, and stop fucking with my brain by confusing me with things that don't make sense. It's already confusing enough to have to be alive only temporarily, and then you have to suffer and decompose and die. And then you wonder, energy is conserved or whatever, but is my individual brand of consciousness and the package, of the whole coherence narrative going to continue on in some kind of like capacity, or is it just like, stardust and, maybe just returning to some sort of like general medium of celestial consciousness to which we are not really participating in anymore. We're just kind of like, it's just like reverse, backwards, just like take the waffle, put it backwards in time, turn it into batter, reverse time more, find out how all those ingredients were grown, and then, go all the way back to the origin of existence. And it's all the same source material, but none of it, knows how to like individuate itself or have autonomy or even perceive anything whatsoever. So how great is that? Kind of cool, but not really like eternal life oriented as far as I'm concerned. So the details matter. Let's do some Forrest Gump, because I'm not saying he's retarded, Forrest Gump or anyone. It's just a good movie and he's running backwards. Oh, cool. How is it that backwards? Okay. You're not retarded, by the way. Okay. I want to go hang with the baby. I think the baby's here. That baby is so cute, right? Okay, but first, I'm a little addicted to Twitter. I really like these people. We got Mark Rubin. Is this a new friend? Mark Rubin in his little chair. Is that a woman? Either way, I like you, Mark Rubin, in your nice outdoor chair. Oh, are you in like a geodesic dome too? Bonus points if that's the case. Using a scale model of energy transfer to create honey, money, and habitat. Cool. I like this person. There's never too many flowers. This is a real crowd pleaser of an individual. I like you, Mark. Click around and just prove it to you by liking your shit. All right, Mark. Yeah, what do you have to say now? Oh, look, new friends. Frederick Eckham. What's up, Frederick? You look like you're in a nice restaurant. I'd like to have some coffee with you someday. Mike Duffy. Good hat, nice hair. What city is that? The Modern Mindscape. First episode. Oh, it's a UFO compadre. What's up? NSA, Esoteric Protocols, Angels, Demons, Meditation, Love, Sleep Paralysis. This guy, Rosicrucianism. This guy has got a nice menu of topics. I'm going to like your shit. Nice picture of a UFO in the storm. Oh, he likes this. Oh, this is the guy from the Mike Duffy thing. This is Mike Duffy from the Mike Duffy thing. Hey, Mike Duffy. I was enjoying your thread. I'm actually in your thread, I think. Oh, cool. Okay. It's all making sense. Let's see what's going on here now. Wow. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put an exclamation mark on there. I mean a question mark. Okay. All right. I'm gonna find Roy's thing finally, because that's been weighing on my conscience. And we do have to get back to Paul Hynek, by the way, because he's our guest tomorrow, and we need to give him the royal treatment. It's going to have to be the greatest interview of his life, and I depend on you to get to the bottom of this research as to all the cool shit he's done so far. He's such a fascinating, multifaceted, brilliant person. Who's calling? Oh, that person wants my money. Okay. Fine, I can pay you. This person, a lawyer. Let's just say some of the work they're charging me for was not done to my minimum standards of expectations of what would be acceptable work. In broad terms, they were supposed to make a contract, but did not take any of the feedback I gave to make the contract. They, in the last minute, pawned me off to a whole new person in their law firm who knew nothing about me. The previous person I paid a good amount of money to get up to speed, and then they just threw it at someone else and then made this whole long contract, all of which was useless, and then charged me, let's just say, way too much money for it. And I, of course, used none of it, just had to redo it myself because they were fucking useless. So I'm not answering that phone call. I will just send them a detailed explanation of what I'm actually going to pay, because one does not like to get fucked over by idiots, you know. Anyway, they're nice people. They're just really incompetent sometimes. We did prevail, but they wanted to charge me $4,000 extra, which is not cool. Anyway. Nice. Whoa, everyone has the same response. What's that all about? Oh, you can't see the screen. Hold on. Sorry. Jane is on a roll. Oh shit. Okay, we got to find. Yeah, it's annoying on the desktop version. You'll click that you like something and then it will disappear. And then you'll click that you like it again, thinking that you're clicking it for real this time. But what is actually happening is you're unclicking it, because Space Daddy needs to put more resources into this social media. Thank you. Where the hell is the Roy Herbert stuff? Oh, equals E. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I like it. I like this still, but see, it doesn't remember that I liked it previously. That's a waste of my time. I have to go play with my, after all. Where is that thing? You see how far I have to scroll to find this thing? It was yesterday that he sent, or this morning, actually, I think. See, there's Roy. Okay, maybe if I go to Roy, I can find it. Oh, here we go. Finally got something. That took forever. Oh, and also Jad wrote a really cool thing. Okay, so this, I think this is pretty cool graphic art, right? This is from a hand-drawn composition to get the framing and the basic idea. And I drew very specifically these angles. This relates. I'm going to use this also for my concept of both the coherence narrative as well as thinking without thinking, but mostly the key one-liner of my philosophy, which I refer to as the super objective, right? And this is a good visual representation of the direct line to the super objective, Anyway, so the title is "What type of energy is generated by our thoughts, and how does it change reality over time?" And our friend Roy says, "What is any form of energy? What is anything? All are a transform of information." These people need to answer the goddamn questions more clearly, because I was asking this question, I was hoping someone like this would educate me, mind you. What is he, Mr. Miyagi now? Just questions with questions, from questions. What type of energy is generated by our thoughts, and how does it change reality over time? I'm sorry, I'm going to have to give you a non-passing grade because you didn't, like usual, answer my questions. Okay? I rely on you, buddy. So he says, what is any form of energy? What is anything? All are a transform of information. He speaks so poetically, though, doesn't he? You can't stay mad at him, can you? What isn't any form of energy? Well, that's not what I asked. That'd be a good follow-up question, though. This is what he does. He gets me to wonder about other brain trying. We can do this. What is energy? I think we kind of got into that. I'm going to write that down. What is energy, right? People use it in so many ways, especially in like the new age community and spiritual community. And then there were the quantum people and the string theory kind of silly people. And in terms of like what energy actually is, people don't tend to describe it like very coherently, right? So we're going to look that up, because I think I know what energy is, for, as far as a non-scientist can wrap his head around it, right? But there's many forms of words, and energy is often colloquially and in spiritualism and such used not accurately, at least in the context of the question I'm asking here, which is what type of energy is generated by our thoughts? I think I already know the answer to that too. And I'm kind of surprised that no one just stated the conventional obvious answer. Let me show you. Do our thoughts have energy? Let me share the screen. Can you see it? Oh yeah, hello. So just starting with, psychological things and whatnot. Since thoughts are energy signals, the energy transmitting a thought therefore has mass. The ions and molecules encoding the energetic signal have mass too. So there's ions and molecules encoding the energetic signal. So it all has mass. The signal has mass. The ions and molecules that encode it have mass. So it's physical, right? This goes to my concept I've been playing with. It's an invention of the algorithmic jiu-jitsu epistemology. It's the chapter I'm working on right now, I guess. I'm calling it ideal realism. And it kind of relates to this idea that it's not just idealism. There is a observable physical component to it, an interplay between the two things. Is part of my whole working kind of guesstimation of how we can find the truth, which is holistically, right? Taking all these things seriously, not just have one theory that sort of shuts the door to other possibilities just because you really want your little thinky thought opinions to be true. But it doesn't make it more true just to exclude other options prematurely. Use it all together, right? And maybe we can rule some shit out eventually, but I haven't been able to rule anything out. I haven't been able to rule out objective reality or physical, chemical processes and things like that, or all of physics yet, I'm not the one who'd be really qualified to do so, but no one seemed to have done that yet either. And if they did, that'd be cool. But let's not throw the baby, with the bathwater, et cetera. So yeah, that's what I was, kind of asking, right? But he's taking it another step removed. All right, let's go back to this. We are all a transform of information. Is that true though? I don't know. It's beyond my pay grade, I guess. I think Source would say that's true. That's all simulation ultimately. Transform of information. Okay. So he's saying then that these basic building blocks of ions and molecules are just a transform of information. Maybe, but they seem to be specific forms of transformation of information. And because of, like to use Roy's own words, right, because of the intentionality and contextuality of that fact, perceived fact, yeah, I mean, everything is just, we don't know if that's true, if it's all just a transform of information. Even if it is true, my question still stands within that, greater category of everything being a transform of information, then there is such a thing as energy. And within energy, there's particular types of energy that pertains to our thoughts. And according to conventional wisdom and Wikipedia and such, and psychology and the study of psychiatry and neuroscience and whatever the fuck, there's mass to it, right? Does that mean that's the only thing going on? There could be ether related things and just information only things going on behind the scenes creating this illusion. But there is observable mass, at least in this construct. And that observable mass can, as per the actual question, what type of energy is generated by our thoughts and how does it change reality over time? I think I need people to answer that for me. Let's see, has anyone really answered that for me, even with the theory? Well, she said, okay, you should go for love energy. I agree, but that doesn't answer the question. It's proportional to the energy of the thinker. A little vague, but poetic. Same energy that the rest of the universe, I didn't acknowledge this yet. The same energy that the rest of the universe is made out of. It is the conscious direction of that unified field of energy, consciousness, right? So consciousness. Right. And if you get, like AI people like, or not that anyone's like this person, but Crow, for example, he would say you're using consciousness wrong. It's really just a subsection of cognition. But I don't think that's likely the whole picture, to be honest. Yeah. Well, no one's really cracked this one yet. I think I'm going to need to smoke some weed before I can really think of the next level genius revelation that will synthesize all of these eternal mysteries for the lovely people on Twitter X. All right, I'm gonna go check in on the baby. I don't want to. The streaming is so fun with you guys. Let me check the chat first. Okay. Trying to get monetized next is like climbing that. Yeah, I know it's never gonna happen. Yeah, which is cool in a way. Like keeps us all honest, but also, well, not honest, but it decreases the amount of greed, let's say, on the platform, which is good for the exchange of ideas. But we do need to survive, right? And for those of us doing things that are good intentions, pure, real scientific, collaborative research, or any kind of form of positive interaction as a community, where the world would benefit if they could actually sustain themselves doing it instead of like dying on the street without health insurance, right? I mean, so this is one of the many, no offense, Space Daddy, is one of the many reasons why I am conceiving of a better social media that perhaps I'll, collaboratively create myself with others, or I'm just going to keep open sourcing it to the world so that other people will hopefully do it for me, for us, right? So please do that. All right, let me see what's going on here. Let's see if I can make a phone call. Let's see if there's a baby to hang out with. It's for, my field research into all forms of human life and making open contact with them. And also then non-human intelligence beings soon after. And then, we're gonna add some new species and beings to the singular collective celestial consciousness for the benefit of all planetary and celestial life. That's the goal. In the meantime, I'm going to hang with my niece. Okay, so where are these people? Oh, hi, are you guys back? Oh, you're so quiet. Is the little strawberry available for like hanging out with? Okay, I'll see you in a sec. Okay, we'll get everyone together. Okay, I want to take a break. Okay, thanks a lot. Okay, bye. Cool. Okay, the baby's here. All right, this has been a good first half of the day. I appreciate you all. I don't know what I'm doing now. I gotta. Oh God, I gotta finish the website. I also. I haven't even posted the Steve Bassett episode to Spotify and whatnot yet. Okay, that's cool. I did find the contact information that I lost from everyone. It's such a me thing to do. I got like all the phone numbers of like my heroes and stuff that I want to learn from, and also have on the podcast. And then I was like immediately lost it, but then I found it. So that's slightly less embarrassing when it works out in the end so well. My brain is like throbbing from these questions that I posed, because here I am asking them, and then people respond, and I'm like, I don't know. That's why I asked the question. Why don't you tell me? Like I made the art. I asked the question. Isn't that enough effort for one day? Jeez, I mean, this is unreasonable. Very, very, very greedy people trying to get my opinions. No, I appreciate it. I just need to like. They're just unanswerable questions, so it can really make your brain, like a really specific part of the brain for me. It's like in here, it just kind of like throbs when I do these big questions, you know. I think it's also because I drink too much coffee, so that's why I have a headache. But it's cool. Okay, I'm gonna go hang with the strawberry. I'm gonna I have a philosophy related to the new members of the human species. It's called Galactic Scholastic. It's worked out very well so far for the young people who have adapted it. This little girl, she's just an infant, so. But it's more about me learning from her, because she's like a natural being, somewhat in the wild, you know. And so for the babies are great, like newborn creatures of all kinds, because they're just for these perfect natural things, you know. They have, and so she's so much fun, so cute, and you learn so much from them, right? So I'm gonna play with the baby for a while, take a shower. Okay, love you guys. I'm gonna stop sharing. I'm gonna end the stream.